stuff like that.
Okay, so here's one card.
Well, I've got your email too, but
There you go.
I didn't realize we're on.
You're on now. You
No
weren't
talking anymore.
just now. Just started.
Okay, I should have said something rude about restart. God, these lights.
Bright.
Joo, niin mä meinasin, että Sivin
Uh-oh.
keskellä, mutta muuten mä otan sun liikan.
The microphone just unhooked from the...
Oh,
All right.
Oh. Last minute excitement.
yes, we're.
Good morning, everyone. It's delightful to see so many of you here this early on a Saturday morning. But we do have a wonderful panel coming up on the impact of this fall's US presidential election on transatlantic relations. To start off our conversation, I would first like to introduce our speakers. On the left, we have Dr. Kori Schake. She is a senior fellow and director of foreign and defense studies at the American Enterprise Institute. She has had an impressive career in government, in the US government. She has worked for the State Department, the Department of Defense, National Security Council, and the White House. And she's the author of 5 books, including one called America versus the West, Can Liberal World Order Be Preserved? Welcome and good morning, Kori.
Thank you, my friend.
And here to my left, we have Ambassador Derek Shearer. He is the Chevalier Professor of Diplomacy and Director of the McKinnon Center for Global Affairs at the Occidental College in Los Angeles. He served as ambassador to Finland from 1994 to 1997 during the Clinton administration, and later he has been a fellow at the Economic Strategy Institute and at the Woodrow Wilson Scholars Center. And here in the middle, our very own Dr. Ville Sinkkonen, who is a senior research fellow at FIIA and a frequent commentator of US foreign policy in the Finnish media. Ville's research focuses on US foreign policy, great power politics, normative power, and the politics of trust in international relations. And his work has been published in the Cambridge Review of International Affairs, Journal of Transatlantic Studies, and European Foreign Affairs Review. He's the author of a book called A Comparative Appraisal of Normative Power, and one of the authors for the Routledge Handbook of Great Power Competition. Now, without further ado, to start off our conversation, I would like to ask each of you about the impact this November election might have on transatlantic relations and foreign and security policy. So when it comes to foreign and security policy, Kori, how do you perceive the main differences and similarities between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris?
So I think on foreign and defense policy, they're quite significant. It's less clear on defense policy what either of the two candidates would support in terms of spending or how they think about the use of force. With former President Trump, we have 4 years of experience, more than 4 years of experience. The main difference, I think, is that President Trump genuinely doesn't believe that allies are advantageous to the United States, and will impose an enormous chaos premium on foreign policy because of the way he thinks about alliances he thinks about American participation in alliances as the equivalent of an insurance company, where if you don't pay your premium as he sets the premium, you don't merit services, as opposed to, I think, the much more common view in both political parties that alliances are sacred trusts, are commitments to each other, and that by making those commitments, you lower the risk and you lower the cost of everything you try and do in the world. I think that's the main difference.
Thank you. How about you, Derek?
Well, I mean, I generally agree with Kori. She's much more polite about President Trump's views. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he keeps saying what he intends to do. We totally agree, Kori, it's going to be very chaotic. And one point I would make is in the first term, there were professional, experienced grown-ups in his government. Rex Tillerson was Secretary of State, H.R. McMaster, military background, John Bolton, long history in national security. He basically fired these people and got rid of them and complained that they had said no to him about things. And he's been very clear that he is not going to have such people in this administration to come if he wins. He doesn't want anyone saying no to him. He's also been quite clear about what he is going to do about the war in Ukraine. And this, of course, affects Finland, but all of your different countries here in Europe. Yesterday, in an interview setting, not really an interview, a talk with President Zelensky, he said that were he to be elected, immediately he would create a peace deal. He would call it a fair deal, fair to both sides. He didn't say a word about Putin's aggression on Ukraine. He never has. And he has said during the campaign trail that he would solve everything because he would sit down. Putin's a reasonable man. And this is very similar to what he said about the riots in Charlottesville when there were Nazis and racists rioting. He said, there are good people on both sides. So that's what he's saying about the war in Ukraine. There are good people on both sides. I think the practical effect is that he would try to create a peace conference that would temporarily perhaps create a ceasefire that might seem like peace. Putin would get lots of things out of it, and then he would just wait. So I think you should be very concerned about that situation, should he win. As to the rest of the world and what he would do, you don't know. As Kori said, it will be chaotic, but my university classmate, John Bolton, when asked about what does President Trump believe, what really is his worldview, other than his general America first, or as Kori says, that the rest of the world has to pay us to take care of them, Bolton said he believes in one thing, Donald Trump. So that's going to be the basis of his foreign policy and his domestic policy. What is best for Donald Trump?
Thank you. How about you, Ville? Differences, similarities between Trump and Harris?
Yeah, there's plenty, obviously. I'm in a difficult position because the other two speakers have done such a great job here. You have very different visions for America, and you have very different visions for America's role in that world. I mean, you have your American carnage, redux, in the case of Trump, and then you have Kamala Harris's sort of forward-looking vision of we're not going back. And I think then the international and the domestic sides sort of go hand in hand there. When it comes to Trump, I mean, like Kori said, like Derek already said, we've got plenty of empirical evidence to gauge. So then it's more a question of what the analytical lens is that we use for gauging all that information. And my 2 cents is that Trump is an unsentimental transactionalist. And this is a kind of a simplistic form of transactionalism. He breaks the world down into bilateral transactions. This is more tactical than strategic. And on top of this, he's clearly a bit petty and vindictive, and this is not an ideal combination. So what you would have with Trump 2.0 in terms of the international domain is Trump 1.0 on steroids. So you can bargain over everything, whether it's Ukrainian sovereignty, US security guarantees. Alliances are resource drains, they're expendable. International institutions tie US hands, they impinge on US sovereignty. Values, democracy, freedom, rule of law, they're trivial questions. And external diffusions into the country, whether you're looking at goods or people, are inherently a bad thing. And climate change is a non-issue. Now, on the Harris side, I mean, I'm going to use a dirty word here, but she's clearly a liberal internationalist. She's a progressive liberal internationalist, likely, but she believes in a complex and interdependent world, and then obviously appreciates the complexity of all these foreign policy issues that we're talking about. So alliances would be force multipliers. They're the foundation of US global leadership or co-leadership. Institutions are vital for upholding the US's role in the world. Certain values are intrinsically important, whether it's freedom, the rule of law, democracy, etc., even if the US does not always go the full mile in upholding them and acting consistently, which we'll probably get into as this panel moves forward. And of course, she's much more rounded on questions of immigration, also questions of trade, but this does not mean a return to a free trade consensus, right?
I was going to say, I think you're imputing a lot more to her than we actually know about her.
But Kori, we do have some evidence. She's been vice president. She has learned a lot in her travels. A number of my friends are U.S. ambassadors who've hosted her in their countries. They said that she has, like your president, Stu, she has a great touch with people. She handles complex briefings and issues well, and she also dances. So, for example, on a trip to Zambia, she was singing and dancing with women, but she also could sit down and discuss the corruption issue. I know personally her foreign policy advisor, Philip Gordon. He's a long-standing professional foreign service officer, very grounded, a Europeanist. And the people who she talks to and listens to are not all that dissimilar from the people you're seeing in the Biden administration, except there'll be a change of personnel. I suspect there'll be more women. There might be a woman Secretary of Defense. There are a lot of Biden bros at the moment kind of doing things for the president. And some of that will change, but I think we all agree that the foreign policy would not look dissimilar to the Biden administration in terms of the reliance on alliances, working with our allies, and of course, dealing with the very complex issues of authoritarian governments in China and Russia and Iran.
I think we actually don't know how a President Harris would deal with China, would deal with Syria, would deal with Iran. We don't have any evidence, and I think there's a temptation to impute all manner of goodness and effectiveness to her just because Trump is so bad, and I think we need to be a little bit more cautious on that.
Yeah, well, we disagree about that. She lives down the block from me in Los Angeles, and I do know her, and I know people around her, and I know her record in California. So I'm not worried about it, Kori, but the problem, of course, is that the problems are not simple. And no president, no matter how experienced, has a magic answer. I mean, what do we do about the fact that Israel is bombing Beirut today, and we face a possible wider war? There's no magic solution for the president to somehow figure out how to get Netanyahu to operate differently. I mean, doesn't matter how experienced you are. Joe Biden said that Bibi was his good friend, and Bibi plays him all the time and still comes to the United States and endorses his opponents. I mean, it's not easy navigating the current world.
Thank you. Well, to turn to the domestic politics dimension of things, which Ville already mentioned in passing, it's easy to overstate the power of the presidency when it comes to foreign and security policy. It seems likely that during the next presidency, advisors and cabinet secretaries may have quite a lot of influence over policy decisions, perhaps simply because of Harris's relative inexperience with these topics and because of Trump's general lack of interest in governing. And on top of that, it seems likely, or at least possible, that control of Congress will be split after the November election. So how do the three of you foresee these things, kind of the shaping, how do you see the administrations shaping out under Trump or Harris? What do you think the balance of power in Congress is going to be? And how do you foresee these things impacting foreign and security policy in the next 4 years? Maybe let's start with Kori again.
Okay. So you're quite right that, that Congress really controls much of defense policy, less so foreign policy. Whenever Congress starts meddling in foreign policy, the administration should understand it's just a vote of no confidence. That doesn't mean Congress will do it any better, and very often they will do it worse than the president would do. But on defense policy, I mean, Congress added $28 billion to President Biden's first defense budget. They added $45 billion to his second defense budget. And the Senate bill out of the authorizers is going to add another $37 billion to this last defense budget. So I think you can expect Congress to continue to be assertive. They feel like the administration hasn't put the money in to improve the military as much as our adversaries are improving their militaries. And I think you can see that, you're likely to see that continue. I agree with you that Congress is a toss-up, but so the seats that are under contention, so the entirety of the House of Representatives gets elected every 2 years, a third of the Congress, a third of the Senate. It looks right now like the Senate may be in Republican hands and the House will be in Democratic hands, which Americans like divided government. I think the thing to always remember about American government is that we have a government created by people who don't like government. And so power gets distributed really widely because we don't like our own government. What you were likely to see a less rambunctious Congress if Republicans are in control of the Senate rather than the House, because the smaller House districts are more amenable to gerrymandering. So you get the Freedom Caucus, the Republicans in the House who voted to shut the United States government down last week. There's less of that kind of republicanism in the Senate because it's harder to win statewide races. So I think there'll be a mild advantage towards calm, predictable American policy if Republicans don't control the House and do control the Senate if you have a Harris presidency. In a Trump administration, I think he's been quite clear about who his cabinet appointment, what the cabinet appointments are likely to look like. And they're likely to look like the people who've put in place the last 3 months of his presidential term. I think there's a likelihood that a President Trump would appoint people who could not get confirmed even by a Republican Senate, so they can serve a few months, and then you'll see a rotation of Mar-a-Lago denizens who can't get confirmed but can be in place for 3 months, which would just be a circus.
Derek, how about you?
Yeah, Kori and I totally agree it would be a circus, and she's right. That's an important point, that Trump's appointees would have to be confirmed, including ambassadors. Some of you may remember that when he won the first time, he fired almost all the ambassadors on day one, and there were many posts that didn't have ambassadors for a year or two. That would certainly happen again, and then he would sort of look for odd people and friends to fill the post. But he doesn't really believe much in diplomacy or ambassadors, so you would find a lot of these places open. The State Department, the last time he won, was in chaos. I met with some of our people here in Helsinki who everybody's assignments went out the window. So it would be a sad circus in terms of American functioning with foreign policy. We don't know who's going to control the Senate and the House. It's going to be very, very close. As Kori said, it's likely, but not inevitable, that the Republicans might take the Senate. The House is going to come down to a number of very close races, including some in California. The election itself is going to be very close, and it's going to come down to certain key swing states. I think that what's interesting in terms of foreign policy is Americans' public views. There have been a number of polls on a number of issues. One is Russia. Needless to say, Russia's not very popular in the US, but it's also the case that most Americans actually don't care about the war in Ukraine. A lot of them have no idea where it is. It's not something of interest, and the fact that American troops are not there doesn't really concern them. On China, China is incredibly unpopular now in the US, and I'm sure Kori would agree that a lot of members of the Congress are going to be more, not so much extreme, but activist on China and push whoever's in the White House to get tougher on China. The public doesn't have a very good view of China, but they still like to purchase Chinese goods at Walmart. So there's that ongoing contradiction between economic globalization and foreign policy. The only foreign policy issue that really touches us at home at the moment, sadly, is the war in Gaza. And as you all know, that's been the subject of demonstrations and counter-demonstrations on our campuses. It could be an issue that turns the election because of Arab American voters in the state of Michigan. They are very unhappy with the Biden administration, and there have been talk about not so much voting for Donald Trump, but not voting. In a close election, to lose Michigan would probably cost Harris the election. We don't know. We also don't know what will happen if a wider war, as we're trending to now in the Middle East, breaks out in a more extreme form, what effect that will actually have on voters. But I also want to say, and this is very important, don't neglect the Taylor Swift effect. Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris after her last debate, and people think, well, they're just more celebrity endorsements, but actually she has a lot of influence on young women getting them registered to vote and turnout. And this is part of the oddity of American politics. In a close election, something like a Taylor Swift endorsement or the support of LeBron James for Harris might be enough to push just a few voters in key states to win the election, which is, of course, a little odd for foreign policy experts to think that the future of American foreign policy comes down to these kinds of things, but that's how our system works.
Thank you. And what do you think, Ville?
A lot has been said. I mean, one thing I'll touch on, I'll push back a bit on the Harris thing, because obviously she's been vice president for almost 4 years. There's some record. She served on the Intelligence and Homeland Security committees. And she has a foreign policy team that has certain views that kind of would, in my view, allow us to project some liberal internationalist leanings upon her and upon her foreign policy writ large. But she is no transatlanticist of the Biden mold, certainly not. She has a very different background. West Coast, like Kori. Daughter of immigrants. I mean, we would likely see more focus on, hopefully, on the Global South, for instance. That's just, again, conjecturing. In terms of a couple of things from the previous discussion, one is the question of China and Trump. I think this is super interesting because you have people in his orbit who are, you know, they're all likely China hawks, but I'm not 100% certain that Trump is as much of a China hawk as some of these people who are populating his orbit. On the economic side, probably yes. The 60% tariffs, whatever. He's happy to bring that up ad infinitum, actually. But in terms of issues like Taiwan, you know, how muscular he's going to be when it comes to questions of security and defense in the Indo-Pacific realm. I mean, I think Trump is the wild card when it comes to China policy.
So if I may, I think Ville is exactly right. I would push it even a little bit further. I think the way to understand what Trump would do about China is how he treated North Korea during his presidential term. You know, a belief that he personally can craft this amazing deal, lots of uncertainty, lots of anxiety by allies, and at the end of the day, nothing produced, and eventually it gets ignored. I think that's the roller coaster we're likely to be on in a Trump administration. The other thing I would say is that I don't think we should have any confidence that any of the China hawks around him are going to have any influence over his choices. And during his presidency, I mean, I think he made the deal with the Taliban. He wanted to invite them to Camp David on September 11th. I just think that's how to imagine what it's going to be like.
Let me add one thing about the Senate. One of the things that's changed from when I was younger is that we don't really have any very experienced internationalists in the Senate anymore. John McCain is gone. Senator Fulbright, who was one of the great leaders in the Senate on international issues. Joe Biden, when he was a senator heading the Foreign Relations Committee, well, I mean, the most recent chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, the Democrat Mendez, is indicted. So we're missing in the Senate some of that kind of independent international leadership, and there really isn't too many people in the House either who've been there long enough that have that kind of experience. So as an anchor on American foreign policy independent of the White House, you can't count on the Congress.
All right. Before we turn the floor to the audience, you can start preparing your questions now, but before that, I still have one tailored question for each of you. Kori, how do you see the impact of this election on NATO, the war in Ukraine, and the US force posture in Europe?
I do think that's the point of greatest distinction between the two candidates. You know, that President Trump was fulminating about President Zelensky going to Pennsylvania to thank American workers for having produced the weapons that Ukraine has been fighting with. I mean, I think Trump has a sort of weird affinity for authoritarian leaders, and particularly for Vladimir Putin. And that bodes ill for the security of Ukraine, ill for the security of Europe. During the Trump presidency, when he was threatening the South Koreans to triple the amount of host nation support for U.S. troops, threatening to withdraw U.S. troops from Japan, and moving to withdraw U.S. troops from Europe, on a bipartisan basis, Republicans and Democrats in Congress refused him the money to do so. And I think you would see a lot of that. But I don't think we should be too optimistic that Republicans in Congress, if Donald Trump wins the presidency, that Republicans in Congress will show a whole lot of differentiation from the president's policies. Because I think the experience of the last 8 years has been if voters will vote for Trump, Republicans, for the most part, will fall in line behind him.
Thank you. And Ville, how do you think the results of this election might impact European strategic autonomy? And in your view, how should the US view the European desire for strategic autonomy? And how do you think a Trump or Harris administration might view it?
I know it was a preset question. I'm going to skirt a bit. Look, I totally agree. I mean, I gave you a very alarmist reading of Donald Trump. The key point was the transactionalism. So for Europe, there's sort of two ways. There's two polar opposites of looking at it. One is to be super alarmist, and the other is to be an apologist. And I think neither of these is speaking to the theme of this conference, which is action. And regardless of who sits in the White House, Europe needs to do more. I think, this is if not the consensus view, at least a view that one hears a lot. The issue is that, there's nowhere for Europe to hedge in the short term, and I think hedging is not part of the answer anyway. So we need to work with Trump, and we need to find ways of working with him because we're forced to live with him in the case of a Trump presidency. I mean, in the case of Europe, that would mean being proactive and staying united in the face of this kind of what you could call a transactionalist onslaught from Trump. Because, if Europe is united and if Europe has something to offer and bring to the table, united, there's a better chance of, for want of a better term, getting a better deal. Now, the tricky thing is, or it's not a tricky thing, it's just a fact of life, that there are certain long-term trends that pull the US in a less transatlanticist direction. I mean, whether it's this need for both parties to consider the domestic mood when it comes to international engagement, pressure both from the left and the right for a less activist foreign policy, one might say. In the free trade domain, there's not going to be a lot happening, I venture. Industrial policy is back. And then the US focus will ultimately, at some stage, even though they've been pivoting since Obama to Asia, at some stage in the future, the importance of the Indo-Pacific theater will likely dwarf the other theaters internationally. So, Europe needs to up its game regardless of who wins in November. And this requires a proactive approach. And then, of course, the issue with that is there's always going to be some known unknown, to cite Rumsfeld, that will throw a wrench in the plan. I mean, if we look back at the beginning of the Biden administration, he wanted to park the Russia relationship in a garage and then visit it from time to time. Didn't happen that way. So there's the problem with the future, tricky to predict.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to pour cold water on the use of the term Europe, but, to me, Europe doesn't exist as a political entity. What exists is NATO, and what exists is the EU, and we all know their histories and structures, and we know the political limitations and also the advantages. Now, neither one of them will disappear if Donald Trump is elected. NATO won't go away, although it might become more chaotic in terms of America's leadership or role. But Finland will still be a member of NATO. It will be cooperating and working with militaries in NATO. So, I mean, that's a very strong reality on the ground that you should all remember. The other thing, though, is there's the economic component to security in the world. And one of the things we're now seeing is that Davos turns out to be based on a false premise, that globalization would bring us this post-Cold War world and spread good feelings and democracy and everybody would want to get wealthy. It turns out you can have authoritarian capitalism. You can have corrupt authoritarian capitalism in Russia. You can have a similar version in China. And I think it's fair to say that both the US and Europe were complicit or had blinders on. I mean, where is Russian money hidden? London. You know, where do oligarchs have their yachts? France. The same with China. Now, people want to do business in China. You want to have an economic relationship. Germany is still sending, you know, leaders and trade delegations. At the same time, concerned about Chinese role in the world. It's not easy to pull this apart. Some of you may know that there's been discussions now of Chinese EV companies locating their plants inside Germany or Hungary because they're concerned about more anti-Chinese feeling. But how does that economic investment play out and also undercut, in some ways, security policy? It's not an easy thing to figure out. One of the causes, not the main one, but the fact that the US did not pay attention to the losers in globalization. And a lot of those people, especially white working class, who lost their jobs because of the rise of China and to some extent of NAFTA, are lost their status, are angry, upset. And so they buy into this narrative that somehow President Trump can take them back to this 1950s world when America was the premier force, you know, in the world. And it's not going to happen. But sorting out a more balanced globalization, I would argue, is also part of foreign policy and should be part of the debate in trying to figure out a more comprehensive defense and security platform. So, but I would also, you know, urge you to not forget that two biggest achievements in international diplomacy, I would argue, are the creation and spread of the European Union and the creation and expansion of NATO. And those are very good things that anchor the world and make it more secure, even though we have all these other ongoing problems.
Thank you. Now, you already touched upon this, Derek, but how do you foresee economic policy shaping out under Trump or Harris?
Oh, well, and Kori alluded to it, tariffs. I mean, Donald Trump thinks tariffs are a tax on foreign countries. And he's convinced his supporters that foreign countries pay this tax if we raise the tariffs, that it doesn't affect prices or production at home. And I mean, economists left to right understand this is not true. So whether he could or would enact some of the 20 to 60% tariffs, we don't know. He will try. You know, it could lead, we don't want to go back to the 30s when you had tariffs that spread across the country, world protectionism, but that's his major economic policy. And then he says with the tariff revenue, the taxes that foreign companies pay, foreign governments, he will then fund the US government. It's a fairy tale, but again, it's just going to be chaotic. Beyond that, he wants to cut taxes again, and cut taxes again on billionaires if possible. And he also has a program for taking apart the federal government, removing the civil service protections that were put in at the end of the 19th century to end the sale and patronage of jobs in the federal government. It was one of our more progressive things. It happened because President Garfield was assassinated, and after him, kind of in his honor, They passed the Penal and Civil Service Act that created a professional, independent federal government. And Trump has said they're going to take that apart if they possibly can, so that there can be a political test for people working in the federal government. I mean, that will be chaotic.
Thank you. Now it's time for questions from the audience. We have 2 microphones circulating. I see a hand up over there. Could you please? If you could please introduce yourself before asking your question. Thank you so much.
Right, I'm Mark Katz. I'm the chair of the Scientific Advisory Council here at FIIA. And my question is, Joe Biden has been described as the last Zionist president in America. He obviously has a emotional attachment to Israel, remembering it from before 1967. Kamala Harris has been more critical of Israel, more sympathetic with the Palestinians. And Donald Trump, while supportive of Israel, has issued several very disturbing statements about American Jews and what should happen to them if they don't support him. So I'm just wondering, in other words, have we reached sort of a change in America with regard to policy toward the Middle East? In other words, certainly as someone who spent 35 years as a professor, one thing I've noticed is that young Americans are not as supportive of Israel. And I don't mean just liberals, but conservatives as well, who kind of apply a Trump measure to Israel as well as to other allies. And I'm just sort of wondering, do you foresee any change in American policy with regard to this part of the world? Or are these simply, in other words, that the powers that be with regard to American policy toward Israel are simply too strong to be changed by changes in public opinion? Thank you.
So I think you're right that there is an age gap in support for Israel. I think more important even than that is that you have seen a shift in who among Americans is supportive of Israel. It used to be Jewish Americans were the basis for the kind of center of gravity of the relationship. And now it's evangelical Christians, and it's evangelical Christians of all ages. So I think you're unlikely to see a major policy change. And Vice President Harris
Post has issued a study indicating that young evangelicals' support for Israel has fallen. In other words, the Israelis fear they're losing young evangelicals.
Okay. I think we shouldn't ignore the extent to which Prime Minister Netanyahu's politicization of the relationship also feeds into that. All that said, I'm skeptical a President Harris is going to have very different policies on the Middle East than President Biden does. President Trump would, I think, endorse some of the most extreme attitudes about Palestinian depopulation of Gaza and the West Bank, for example, which would not only affect the U.S.-Israeli relationship, given domestic attitudes in Israel, but would also have a major effect on how other countries look at American foreign policy.
Yeah, I agree with Kori about that. And, I mentioned earlier all the turmoil that's going on inside the U.S., particularly in the coastal states and university towns around Israel. And that's part of the problem. Is it's not support for Israel in a general sense, but support for Netanyahu, who's the worst president in Israel's history, in my view. Is supporting him is not the same thing as being supportive of Israel. But, having said that, the two-state solution, which has been American policy, is still Biden-Harris policy looks very distant because the Netanyahu government has made it clear that that will never happen. And if you look at how Israel has changed in recent years in terms of the composition of the population and the politics, that outcome doesn't look very politically possible politically inside Israel. And so some of the initiatives that the Biden administration had thought about playing the Saudi Arabian card and sort of trading Saudi Arabia's recognition and economic investment in Israel and in Gaza for an agreement to seek a two-state solution now looks kind of very distant or a pipe dream. That's still our policy. But to come back to any of those kind of grand diplomatic solutions will take an end to the war. And we don't see an end. So, you know, it's rather bleak, but America isn't not going to walk away from its support or alliance for Israel, but I don't know how long, if the war keeps going or spreads, patience for a wider war is going to be very low in the United States.
I'm going to have to agree with Kori and Derek. This is kind of getting boring in that regard. But look, the question with Harris being more rounded, perhaps on the question of Israel and Gaza than Biden, probably yes. But whether that will translate into a policy change, I'm not necessarily convinced. It's the issue with the Middle East is it's so complex. You pull on one end of the yarn and then another one comes loose. So if you look at the Trump era, I mean, there's certain foreign policy achievements, shall we say. I think the Abraham Accords is one that's often pointed to. Now, the tricky thing about the Abraham Accords, of course, was that they essentially sidelined the Palestinian issue. And that has certain reverberations in the region today. So it is such a complex puzzle, and it is also very hard to sort of carry out a policy change on the part of the US that would have the desired effect in the region because it is so complex. It's such a difficult puzzle.
More questions? Anyone? I think here was one of the first hands to shoot up originally.
So, Ben Hodges, for each of the three of you, what specific recommendation would you make to the Finnish government if there is to be a Trump administration? What would be something that's unique to Finnish interests that you'd be worried about or would want to address with a Trump administration?
Willie, why don't you go first this time?
Okay. I think Finland has a story to tell. I think part of that story was told on the first day of this conference. You know, we're a security provider. We're not a security consumer. The thing about the Trump era and Finland bilaterally, and I know there are people in the audience who are partly sort of responsible for this, we did pretty well in the first 4 years of the Trump era in terms of the bilateral relationship. I mean, it deepened across the board, especially in the defense realm. So I mean, I don't think there's a need to change that narrative, honestly. That's my 2 cents.
I think there will be a real temptation among countries like Poland and Finland to break ranks with other Europeans, because the beauty contest of who Trump will actually like and be decent to will be pretty intense among Europeans, and a Trump administration will work hard to exacerbate those frictions. My advice would be to play team sports for exactly the reason Willie said in his opening remarks, which is that if Europeans hold together, they're much more likely to be able to pull a Trump administration, or at least some of the more reasonable voices in a Trump administration and Congress, to European positions.
Yeah, and I agree. And the one thing I would advise against is don't go into the flattery game, buying him gold-plated golf clubs and, playing to his ego, because it doesn't really get you anywhere, and it's embarrassing for countries that do it.
Pretty well.
And also, as I said earlier, you're going to be a member of NATO, and you deepen that relationship as you already are with your military cooperation and dealing with military professionals. That's not going to go away. And you can also deepen your diplomatic engagement with our different states. One of the strategies that a number of countries have used is to sign agreements with state and cities. The state of California, for example, has signed agreements with
China,
New Zealand, with Finland on climate change issues, find issues that you can work with Americans on where you don't have to go through Washington and the Trump administration.
Thank you. More questions over there, please?
Thank you for a fascinating panel. David Korpela from the EU Office of the Special Envoy to the Horn of Africa. You mentioned the Global South, and we just had a compelling speech at the UN from the Finnish president on the need for Europe to reset its relationship with the Global South and to reform some of the international organizations. How do you see that aspect playing out in transatlantic relations? Will it be a point of convergence or of divergence as we look to kind of engage with that issue?
Also, well, I would also add, and I tell my students all the time, the Global South doesn't exist except in a generalization. Europe doesn't exist except as an almost meaningless generalization in terms of actually operationalizing how you behave in international affairs. So you have to think about particular countries, you have to speak about strategies. The one thing I will say about if Harris is president will be interesting is that some of you may know this, her father's a very famous Jamaican economist who developed a whole economic plan for Jamaica. Her mother's an immigrant from India. She has relatives in India. So she's going to have interesting personal public diplomacy relationships with parts of the Global South that I think will be very useful in foreign policy. But, what does one do or say about, say, India, which continues to buy Russian weapons and buy Russian oil? And you can't just sort of lump them, India, into the Global South. What do you do about South Africa? You have to be more specific, and you have to work out strategies that involve economic development, climate change, public diplomacy, and not sort of fall back on these kind of easy my students drive me crazy. We're for the Global South and, not for imperialist America or, the old people. It's like, that's non-thinking. You got to think concretely and specifically about actions that would be useful.
So I'm skeptical that either of the two candidates for the presidency will invest a lot of time or effort in institutional reform, in expanding the UN Security Council or changing its composition or any of the Bretton Woods organizations, because the issues of war and peace right now among the great powers seem so pressing, and I think that'll soak up most of the bandwidth.
I think there is common ground, and you mentioned sort of concrete initiatives. You have the PGII under the G7 auspices. You have these sort of attempts at getting to a concrete project level. I would imagine that the EU has its global gateway. There's ways to work with the United States and more broadly the quote unquote democratic West writ large to have a positive impact in various regions of the global south that only exist on paper.
Thank you. We have time for at least one more question.
We haven't had any women, have we?
Over here.
Well, only because I'm a woman, I hope. There we go.
No, but we're trying to be diverse here.
Thank you. Happy to serve that goal. So good morning. Thank you for a great start of the day. Very relevant. My name is Nebahat Albayrak, and I work for the Finnish energy company Fortum. And I had the privilege to be part of a Finnish delegation of businesses to the US last week. We visited Washington and spoke with Republicans and Democrats. Thank you, Risto, for organizing that visit. So one thing that the Democrats and the Republicans seem to agree on is the fact that the Republicans are much better prepared this time, both policy-wise and organization-wise, so administration. I was a bit surprised to hear both of you, Kori and Derek, say basically, I mean, there will be more of the same, circus, chaos, etc. Some of the words you used. In fact, I mean, having been to the Heritage Foundation and listening to some of the people who may be in the administration if Trump wins, they did come across much better prepared and with a well thought through policy and ideas about who would be in the administration. Mm-hmm. And in fact, I mean, we did ask the Democrats where the equivalent is of a policy view strategy to help the next Democrat president. And they had to admit there was none like very well organized, integrated view on a Democrat, maybe more progressive vision. So would you agree that, that there is indeed learnings from the first Trump presidency that is now making them more prepared?
Well,
and if I may, a very short second question. So the other thing they agreed on, Democrats and Republicans, is nobody dared to predict the outcome. Now, having the privilege of having the two of you here, especially Derek, well, all three of you actually, would you dare to place a bet on the outcome of the elections?
No, that's silly. I don't predict elections. You analyze the situation. I've tried to do that to you. It's going to be very close. It's going to be very close, and it's going to come down to relatively small groups of voters that don't show up exactly in the polls. And I'll just give you a couple of specific examples. State of Wisconsin. Will more black voters turn out in Milwaukee to offset more conservative white voters? In Arizona, there's going to be an initiative on the ballot involving abortion rights. Will that bring more women out to affect the account of the election? We do not know the answer to that until we see how people vote. You can bet on the election, international betting things, but I think what you have to look at is what's happening inside American society, and what we know is the country is very polarized, and it will depend a lot on who actually shows up to vote on election day, and you'll be able to watch it all live with the CNN interactive maps. Now, I think you shouldn't overplay what some groups of people who want to be back in government tell you about how well planned they are. As Kori said, they have no idea what Trump's going to do. I mean, I have a friend, Republican friend from Los Angeles named Robert O'Brien. Now, he'd like to be Secretary of Defense or Secretary of State. He wrote a very calm, rational article in Foreign Affairs about what a Trump foreign policy would be. One of the things he suggested is that we would move our entire U.S. Marine Corps, how's that, General Hodges, to Asia, because that's what's important. We have to counter China. Now, would that actually happen? Who knows? But is he going to be in the government? I wouldn't bet on it. It's impossible to really know, except that it's not going to be very many grown-ups, as I suggested, the way last time. And also, as Kori said, whether they can even get confirmed by the Senate. And if you want to sort of say, is there a plan for the Trump administration? Well, there are these detailed studies. It's called 2025, that the American Enterprise Heritage Institute supported. Now, you can read it. It's pretty scary, serious stuff if it were actually enacted. And I have some friends who are saying, well, you should have read Mein Kampf and taken it seriously, so now you've got to read 2025 and take it seriously, because if they actually did it, it would totally disrupt the US government. But I tell them, well, don't panic about it, because it's not clear. Trump has said he's never heard of it or read it. And of course, that's not true, but it doesn't mean he's actually going to do it. We don't really know who he would put in the government or what he would do, other than we know how transactional he is and how he's concerned with his own ego. So, and yes, there are tremendous Democratic plans. You can talk to any of the leaders of the House. They have a whole set of bills that they were unable to pass, a voting rights bill, minimum wage bill. There's a whole agenda of action, but it requires a Democratic president and a Democratic Congress to do it. So there's not much point in writing more utopian what-if scenarios for a world that doesn't exist.
I think the fact that a sitting vice president in an administration becoming president means that there's not likely to be a big paper trail of all the ways they're going to do things differently. I think it's in her interest to project continuity at this point. And I agree that the Heritage Institution has great plans. Lots of people have great plans, but President Trump disavows them every time they come to the fore, because he thinks, it's always, as Willie said, it's always about him. So I think it's harder to tell than it sounds like you perceived. What I would say about the election is that it's entirely possible we will see a 261 vote tie in the Electoral College and have the election thrown into the House of Representatives. That happened in 1873, it happened in 1800, and it's entirely possible we are as closely navigated as that. But I could also make you a pretty good case for a Trump blowout. I could also make you a pretty good case for a Harris blowout. American voters are feisty, and so it's really hard for me to say. I wouldn't bet a ton of my money in any direction at this point.
I think these are good words to close on. So thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you for the excellent questions and for your engaged
And let me say, stay
attendance.
tuned, it will be televised.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Is it no? Okay. Good morning to all. After transatlantic relations, it's only natural that we now turn to the future of European security. I am Sylvie Kauffman. I'm a foreign affairs columnist with the French newspaper Le Monde, and it's my great pleasure to welcome to this panel on the future of European security. On my right now, Tyyne Karjalainen. I'm
That's
terribly
perfect.
sorry.
That's perfect.
I've been rehearsing, but and Tyyne is a research fellow at FIIA here. Max Bergmann, who crossed the Atlantic to be with us, and he's the director of the Europe, Russia, and Eurasia program at CSIS in Washington, D.C., and Barbara Kunz, who is the director of European Security Program at SIPRI in Stockholm. And unfortunately, Charles Powell couldn't join us this morning. So, as you know, in France, we have a president who thinks and talks a lot about European security, to the point of irritating some of his partners sometimes. And over the past couple of months, he's been he had to focus on the somehow chaotic domestic political situation, but now, having Michel Barnier as Prime Minister in charge of the government, he's free again to focus on European security. So last Sunday, he met with the community of the Sant'Egidio community, and he gave a speech where he called for imagination. He said imagination is indispensable to bring about a new form of peace in Europe. We will have to think of another form of organization of Europe and to rethink our relationship with Russia, he said. So let's summon our imagination capacity here today, but before we do that, I would like us to have a look at how we got into the security crisis that we're in now, with war raging again in the heart of Europe. So, Tyyne, I will turn to you first. You wrote an essay with Mina Alander, where you said, you specifically wrote that the pre-war security order enabled Russia's aggression in Ukraine. In what way? Could you elaborate on this a little bit, please?
Okay, maybe 2 points that I want to make. The first one concerns accountability, and I think this is something you have all heard many times already during the war, how the lack of accountability for previous breaches of international law by Russia, we could not hold Russia accountable, right? So we all know Russia is accountable for this war. It was accountable for the previous violations, but we could not hold it accountable. And if we look into European security architecture, we don't have tools for holding Russia accountable, right? Like we have, for instance, OSCE, it can help to monitor a ceasefire agreement in a very local context and hold parties accountable for implementing that deal. But when it comes to regional powers, what Russia is in Europe, we don't have tools for that in Europe. And we are relying, of course, on the international infrastructure for justice, the UN system, which has some tools, but again, also that infrastructure, that system does not have tools for holding great powers and their state leaders accountable. So this is the starting point. This is the core of the problem, right? But at the same time, then we have been trying to circumvent this challenge of lack of accountability by preventing the violations in the first place, right? If we cannot hold violators accountable, we need to prevent the violations. And how we have been trying to prevent violations has been through economic dependency, right? Through deterrence. And it has worked quite okay for the centers of powers, right? For Germany, for France, for Russia, there's no major war between these centers. But this deterrence, this prevention through dependence, economic dependence, only worked for the centers of powers and not for the peripheries. Mm-hmm. And this is why Finland now applied to NATO, right? We cannot be in the periphery that is not protected by the system. And this is why Ukraine is applying for a NATO membership, right? And it's not only that this coverage of deterrence or this economic dependency did not reach Ukraine. Actually, there was more a bargain in between protecting these centers and not protecting the peripheries. So, and I'm now referring to choices such as that after 2014 annexation of Crimea, we did not start supporting Ukraine, capacity building Ukraine, because we prioritized the status quo between the centers.
So that's the gray zone, the problem of the gray zone, yes. One housekeeping thing, if you, I will turn to the audience to questions later on, but if you feel like you want to interrupt, please do, if you want to react on anything which is said before the end of this session. Well, Barbara, please, how do you assess the reactions once this whole system failed and the crisis erupted in the gray zone? How do you judge the way European actors reacted, the sanctions compared to previous crises, for instance, compared to 2014? And if you could also focus on the particular reaction in Germany, the Zeitenwende, which was really a huge event when it happened 2 days or 3 days, I think, after February 24, 2022. I mean, this was really a major stand taken and decision taken by the German Chancellor. Where does Germany stand now? Please.
Okay, if I may, maybe let me start with the beginning of the question, because I would actually like to question the assessment that the security architecture failed or that the structure failed. I think that's overestimating the power of structure. Structures are not actors. Actors cause wars. And so that is something I think that deserves more discussion. But when it comes to the reaction to what happened, I think we need to look at two different levels there in general. I mean, the European unity and so on was a positive thing, and it's also good to see that the unity more or less, I would say, still prevails on many things. But I think when it comes to sort of the more long-term reactions to the question of how do we deal with a revisionist state, that is how I would phrase it, you know, and also not say the problem is the structure or so on. I think the European security order actually is the right order in the sense that it's based on territorial integrity and the respect of sovereignty and so on. And so the problem is not this order. The problem is that there is one big revisionist state that doesn't want to respect this order. And so the question is, how do we deal with that? And of course, in the short term, measures like sanctions and so on are the question. But I think in the long term, and also based on the idea that since there is no accountability, and I don't think there will be any accountability, because that is the age-old problem of international politics, that there is no world government that could enforce accountability, we need other means. And I think in the face of a revisionist state, this mean is going to be mostly deterrence, and hopefully some reassurance sprinkled in too, to make sure that the situation does not escalate. And so there, two things are necessary in the reaction. You need an intellectual reaction, sort of a conceptual reaction of how do we deal with this, what to some in Europe is the new world, to some it's the very old world. And we have sort of the more material discussion about the capabilities and beefing up the militaries and so on and so forth. And I think we're making moderate progress on the material side with beefing up military capabilities across the continent. I think we still have a long, long way to go on the intellectual side and how to read this, how to interpret this, and how to draw a conclusion from this. Now, when it comes to Germany, and I mean, I look at Germany from quite some distance. You know, I don't live in Germany. I'm not really a part of the German debate, but I think Zeitenwende was, to use a German word, sort of a straw fire. You know, it burned up. And that was a little bit to be expected, I think, for most Germany watchers, because there have been this burst of Germany promising to do more in the past. The question was, is this now going to be...
But not to that extent.
Not to that extent, but I think if you look at it now, with some time that has passed since February 22, you can see that the determining factor in German defense policy is still not threat perception. And that is the answer, I think, to your question. So there will be things, but I think a lot of this in the German debate is about the budget, as I think we all follow, but there's also issues like Germany wants to be a good ally. It is increasingly lost on what exactly that means. But again, the determining factor in German defense policies is not threat perception. And as long as that does not change, I do not think that we will see, that the rest of Europe will see the Germany it likes to see.
Max, this threat perception issue is very important. It was actually addressed in a way in the previous panel. In the US, the threat perception is definitely very different. I mean, it is different in this part of Europe and in the western part of Europe, but in the US it's even more different. And we heard from that the American public mostly didn't really care about what was going on in Ukraine as long as there are no American servicemen involved, right? So is this, before we go to specifically to the future of American security, on this present situation and what caused this crisis to happen, does the US have a responsibility in this? I mean, is there, the fact that Washington was withdrawing in a way and focusing on China, withdrawing from engagement in the world and in Europe and focusing more on China. Has this been a factor in this crisis, you think, or is it only the Germans and the French fault?
It's a tough question. When I think back to the beginning of the Biden administration of 2021, I do think it was pretty clear that U.S. foreign policy was shifting towards China, and I think that broader trend has continued. And I think that may have been a factor in Putin's calculation about what the U.S. would and would not do if Russia were to invade. If you remember back to June 2021, that's when Biden and Putin met, and it was sort of a continuation of a tradition that American presidents since the end of the Cold War have done, which is to try to reset relations with Russia. And in this case, the idea was to have a stable and predictable relationship, to park Russia to the side so we could sort of focus on China. And I think, Putin got so much wrong in his assumptions in deciding to invade. I mean, he thought it was going to be very quick. He thought the Ukrainians weren't going to fight. But I think in part of that, and that was the major misjudgment that I think he made, I think he also misjudged how the United States would respond. So I would sort of quibble a bit with your how you posed it, where I think in 2022 in particular, the U.S. public and the U.S. government, I think, reacted in shock and horror at what Russia had done. And the U.S. government did things that, frankly, I didn't think were actually possible, having worked on the kind of arms sales and security assistance portfolio before. The sort of technology that we would never transfer to Ukrainian military that was, frankly, infiltrated and compromised by Russian intelligence in terms of technology loss, things that we, would keep a threshold on the sort of high-tech things we would transfer, and we just broke all those rules effectively in 2022 because of what Russia did. But then, for the United States, we're far from this conflict. The American public is sort of far from this conflict. The American public has spent 20 years at war. And I've looked at, there's been, because we have a presidential election, there's lots of polling, and some of the polling looks at American public opinion when it comes to foreign policy. And the good news is that there's strong support for Ukraine. I think the bad news, and I think this is what the Ukrainians are really misjudging the American political mood sometimes, is that the American public also does not want to be engaged at all in any foreign conflict. There is an isolationist mood that that Trump is tapping into, in part because we've been at war for between 2001 and 2021. And so if the kind of spectrum shifts there, where U.S. support for Ukraine moves toward U.S. active involvement in a conflict that could engage with Russia, that's where there is a political challenge. And when we think about the war in Ukraine, the Biden administration is getting a lot of heat. The president is getting a lot of heat from the Ukrainians, and some of it is, I think, fully deserved. But there's no prominent American politician to the right or that is more hawkish than Joe Biden on Ukraine. And the debate in the United States, and you hear Donald Trump saying this, is Donald Trump is introducing the threat of nuclear escalation, and that support for Ukraine will draw us in. So the political dynamic is very different, I think, in the United States than it is in Europe, in part because Europe is distant, Europe is so close and we're somewhat distant. In the U.S., there's constantly crises in the world that we are always somehow have a role in. And so this is now kind of your Ukraine in the U.S. public's mind is sort of this background noise of, or that's maybe it's not the right way to put it, but it's part of the news, but not necessarily a core part of what Americans are thinking about. And where the U.S. government is really shifting continues to be this sort of intense focus on the Indo-Pacific. And I think that represents something that's very different than the Cold War period, where NATO is sort of back to its Cold War focus, but we're not focused on Russia the same way that we were the Soviet Union.
And let me stay with you for a minute. If there were to be a negotiation to end the war in Ukraine, would there be a seat for the Europeans at the negotiating table, or would the Americans do it directly with the Russians, as they used to do?
I think it's a very good question. When I think about a future Trump administration, and we were talking about this before, I don't think I don't understand why Putin would negotiate with Trump over Ukraine, because the U.S. support for Ukraine, if Trump wins, I think is inevitably going to collapse. I just don't see how Trump, early in his administration, goes to Congress and asks for $60 billion. And I don't see Congress approving that. So if you're Putin, we just ran a grand experiment of what happens if the U.S. stops providing support to Ukraine.
And you don't see the Europeans picking up the...
Well, I mean, it's already the problem for Europe, and something we can maybe get to. I think the next panel might get to this. Is that the defense industrial ramp-up has not happened. Yeah. So there's not an ability to backfill the United States. So I don't think Putin negotiates with Trump over Ukraine because I think he can win over Ukraine. I think what Putin would look to, what he might be interested in, is a negotiation, if we think back to the letter that he sent to the administration in December 2021, laying out sort of all these sort of maximalist Russian terms, basically NATO pulling back to its 1997 borders. I think that's something Trump would be willing to entertain. I think that's something Putin would be very excited to discuss. So I think when I think about a future negotiation, that is the United States negotiating over the head of Europeans. I think if you have a Harris administration, I think it would be much more inclusive, though not completely, especially on the nuclear dimension.
Tyyne.
Yeah, if I may comment on that, of course, the background is that the previous negotiations took place in Normandy format between Moscow, Kiev, Paris, and Berlin, right? And we did not see amazing results either, so it's not that European peace broker will come up with a great solution. What is more important, I don't think it is whether it is Washington or Paris or actually Peking leading the negotiations. The key is whether there is actually any peace broker in this world that could come up with a solution that would sustain. And this is the key challenge, that there is no such authority. It is very hard to imagine a peace deal that would actually guarantee a sustainable peace in Ukraine. And this is the key challenge, right? And there are many then other layers as well. But this is the previous experience that we have had, that any that kind of deals don't usually hold.
Barbara, yeah. So we need a new security order, I guess, right? Because but of course, why would the Europeans be so interested in what could look like a peace deal? Or it's because this would determine how we deal with Russia in the future. So, what is your what is your view? Do we have to invent a new structure, or do we have to fine-tune the existing one? I mean, is it enough to, for instance, to extend an invitation to NATO, which is not happening so far? What do you think?
Well, first of all, I think a new security order, the war in Ukraine will not end with some type of Congress of Vienna, where we will rethink the European security order. I think the same way the current security order has emerged, it's just it happened somehow after the end of the Cold War. And I honestly think that this is how things will continue, because this is how things usually go on. I would also, as I said earlier, I would actually reject the notion that the current security order is wrong. I mean, this is a very underdefined term, right? So a lot of people talk about security architecture, they talk about security order. It's never really defined. Sometimes people use it interchangeably and so on. To me, the architecture would actually be the institutional settings, and the order is more broadly about the rules all of this is based on. And I mean, the key rules we have in Europe are set forth in the Paris Charter. And I'm very happy with the Paris Charter, in the sense that this is the rules the European security order should be built upon.
Except that it's not really implemented.
No, but to use a very simplistic analogy, killing people is illegal. Murders still happen. Mm-hmm. Is that a reason to change the laws on murders, or is it rather that we need to think about how to better enforce these laws and deter people from killing other people? I think this is the debate we need to have, because to me it seems completely unrealistic also that we will sit down around a table and invent a new security order. So I think it's the current one that needs to be the basis, and I also think it's actually not that bad. Now, the question about Ukraine and NATO is not about changing the security order necessarily. It's about expanding membership in institutions that are elements of this order, of this architecture. And there I think, what will be crucial, as was already said yesterday, is security guarantees for Ukraine. Now, the adjective that is usually missing in all these debates is credible. Because in my opinion, non-credible security guarantees are actually more dangerous than no security guarantees.
But do you have other credible security guarantees than Article 5 at the moment in our system?
Well,
I mean, this is a question for all of you, actually.
I think we can imagine, what the President was saying yesterday was that we would move forward, was it the EU first, then bilateral agreements, then NATO. I would add the concept of kind of coalition of willing here, and this kind of group of states providing security guarantees for Ukraine before we can actually take Ukraine in NATO. And I think actually having the EU membership first might not be a good idea, since that will take time, or it's a big challenge. But if I may comment on what you said, I think one more perspective that we need to keep in mind when discussing security architecture is that it is a tool, right? It is not the end state. And this was maybe the thing I wanted to say already yesterday, listening to the discussions about total defense, that it's a tool. And in order to use this tool, in order to develop this tool, we need to have a clear idea what are the objectives, right? What are the prioritized objectives? Because there are many objectives. The security architecture is supposed to protect the European states, the citizens, the economies in Europe, but I guess also democracy, some of our values. And now I'm coming back to the peace talk question, because if we think that it is the European economies that these talks or a security architecture should protect, then maybe we should enter the peace talks. Who knows if the economy is the key objective, because maybe a quick deal would help to restart the trade with Russia. But then if the fundamental objective is to protect democracy in Europe or peace in long term, also it's a question of time frame, then we need some other kind of solutions.
But in our system, or in the institutional system we have, the EU is not supposed to be a security organization. If we follow this pattern, that first we enlarge EU and then we enlarge NATO, which, okay, is a matter for discussion, but then EU would have also to fulfill a security role in a way, right? Do you see this happening, Max and Barbara?
Well, I think when I think about the future of the kind of European security order, and this goes back in part to my earlier comment about the U.S. kind of focus on the Indo-Pacific, despite the fact that there's a war on Europe, and so NATO is back to its Cold War posture. But I think this sort of concept of a European pillar of NATO, I don't really see that forming without the EU. And there is Article 42.7, where the EU kind of, it's not as robust, obviously, as Article 5. But, and, you know, for the last 30 years, there has been this kind of concept of a common foreign security policy. It hasn't really been
Concept, yes.
concept.
Yeah.
You know, there are EU military missions. They haven't really, you know, been implemented. But I think what this war has exposed is that NATO has fundamentally failed in a core aspect, and that is on the defense industrial side. And because it's just not equipped to that. It's a multilateral organization, and there's competing defense industries. It doesn't have a large budget. And there is a real role for the EU to play in defense that is not, you know, undermining NATO. If anything, is really strengthening it. And I also think that one of the core challenges is that when we think about a European pillar, is that the European defense integration is something that has not happened over the last 25 years. In part, it's because the United States has vehemently opposed it. And I think what you've seen actually during the Biden administration since this war is a softening of that. The United States did not speak out against Kaja Kallas when she was pushing for Eurobonds or the EU ammunition proposal. Instead, that was seen as, okay, that, you know, may not be great for our defense companies, but our defense companies currently can't meet the orders that are being put on them, that there's a general capacity challenge. So I think when I think about the future of the European security architecture or security order, I think there's a much stronger role for the EU to play, maybe not in a EU army, but in trying to make sure that begin this long slog of European defense integration, and where Europe then can sort of act more as Europe, as opposed to now where Europe really can't act without us. And I think that is a fundamental deficiency in how we're currently structured.
Yeah, well, Kaja Kallas may make this proposal about Eurobonds for defense, but Poland is placing all its orders in America and South Korea, so not in Europe. So, I mean, the dynamic is also continuing there. So, Barbara, what is your view about this creation of the new defense commissioner in the EU? Do you have any hope in this, or how do you see this?
Well, I mean, overall, I completely agree with Max, and I would see the European Defense Commissioner sort of within that framework and as one tiny step in trying to reach the objective that you just described, Max. And so hopefully this defense commissioner can actually play a role in this. The thing is also that more European defense industrial cooperation, that would be good. We've known that for many, many years, but then countries have reasons or think they have reasons to not work towards that goal, as you also just mentioned with Poland. So I mean, in a way, these are really the age-old discussions in Europe that are not really that much different now than they were from 10 years ago. But I mean, if I were to be a little optimistic, if you think back at the early stages of the European strategic autonomy debates and the at times really stupid discussions we had about this, and this idea that it's either NATO or the EU instead of focusing on the complementarity, and this tendency to interpret sort of strategic autonomy as decoupling from the United States, which was never on the agenda in the first place. But I mean, nobody cared about this in the debate. I sometimes at least got the impression. Now, a lot of the proposals from 2016, 2017 are completely European mainstream. So, I mean, maybe not using the term European strategic autonomy because that remains somewhat poisoned, but the very ideas, and also this idea that US pivot to the Indo-Pacific might require Europeans to do more, all these arguments that were rejected pretty broadly across Europe back then are today part of every single mainstream debate. And so I think in that sense there is progress. Whether the defense commissioner is really going to be a big leap forward, I personally have some doubts, but I mean, it is worth trying, but this will ultimately be decided in national capitals, how seriously they really want to be about a European pillar. And so the EU can provide incentives, but not much more than that, I think.
So we're back to political will, right? Yeah. Before I turn to you, Max, I have another question for you about Trump. I know this was discussed a lot in the previous panel, but what is your view about what would happen to Ukraine if Trump was re-elected?
So I don't think it's
and to our security.
Yeah, I don't think it's a pretty picture in Ukraine. I think the only real, the way I see it, and there's, you know, I could totally be wrong. Predicting how Trump will, what he will do is incredibly difficult. The only political hesitation I see from Trump to not pull back funding is that if by pulling back funding, you kind of have a recreation of what we saw in Afghanistan in 2021, Vietnam in 1975, of a total collapse that isn't a political problem for Trump. But that said, you know, he's not going to be running for re-election, presumably, because he's not allowed to. So how much would he care about that? So I tend to think the money is not going to continue to flow. And because of that, that is Ukraine's lifeline. Europeans are very quick to point out how much they've provided in terms of total dollar spent. And when we're, you know, at times, I think many in America are very eager to highlight that as well, to demonstrate that Europe is doing its share, and I think that's right. But supporting Ukraine is going to be a lot harder going forward for Europeans because they've given away all their old stockpiles. So there isn't, you know, Europeans didn't have a lot in the warehouses to begin with, and now that's gone. So everything going forward has to be bought. And what I see right now is that Europe needed to take action a year ago, 2 years ago, to really ramp up its defense industrial production. What you see are a lot of national orders, so there has been some ramp up. But if right now you're a German arms manufacturer and you were thinking, man, you know, do we really want to commit to open that third, fourth, fifth factory based on some potential demand? And then you see the German government, you know, its adherence to its debt and deficit, you know, ideology, cut funding for Ukraine. You think you made a good bet. So there hasn't been this big ramp up. There's been no EU supplemental. And so in some ways, I get sort of annoyed when the focus is on whether the US should allow, you know, Ukraine to use whatever few missiles that it has left from the United States and Europe to strike Russian territory. It's a very important discussion. But the major issue is how do we, you know, is the industrial side of this war. And that's where Europe is not ready to fill the gap. So if Trump wins, I think Ukraine is in dire straits because the Europeans can't fill the gap because they haven't taken the action necessary to put themselves in the place. So in 2025, they're ready to step in if the U.S. steps back. And I think that's a huge problem, not just for Ukraine, but for European security.
So Trump cuts the funding. Does he also do a deal with Putin?
I mean, I think, you know, I think Trump would really want to win a Nobel Peace Prize, but I think his attention to detail, and also I think his team's willingness to really make this a major focus, that really want to focus on China. I see this as sort of a sporadic effort that doesn't quite go anywhere, and I don't see why he would negotiate when he can just wait and the money will go away and then Ukraine will be there for the taking. So unless there's some big carrot for Russia, I don't quite see any sort of Trump negotiated end to this war. And I don't see the Ukrainians going along with anything that really forces them into a situation where, you know, in 3 years' time, there will just be sitting ducks for Russia. So I think it's a big problem.
So in terms of how Europe rethinks its relationship with Russia, if we have this scenario, for instance, what do we do? What do we have to do to know? That's the easy question for you.
What do we have to do with Russia, with the US scenario?
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe, well, of course, what has been said is totally right, and about the defense industry that will be discussed soon, it's good to remember that it's not only for this war, but it's also in order to guarantee the peace deal. Like we need to have stocks full also it's part of the deterrence, right? Also to support Ukraine, it's part of the security guarantee that we have our stocks full and Ukraine has the aid coming. In other ways, one thing about the European Union's role, I maybe wanted to say that the EU's role in the security architecture, it is, of course, about the developing capabilities. It is the European Union now has the European Peace Facility, for instance, which is a major step in comparison to what the EU has been before as civilian actor, as you said. But it's not only that. Like, you can pursue security, you need to do also other, like, in order to have security, it's not only security tools that you use, right? But the European Union's role to uphold European security is also to make sure that the other principles that we need to fight our internal threats for security, for instance, are there. The rule of law, the democracy, that we don't see these principles, for instance, backsliding in Europe. This is also a security issue, right, where the European Union plays a role. But it's not to disagree what you said. It's just something in addition.
Barbara, do you have any idea of what Europe should, how would Europe behave if this scenario happens? And also, you know, we were talking earlier about the beauty contest that may happen if Trump is re-elected, and who will be the first European leader to go to DC. Will there be a beauty contest with Putin as well?
I think that very much depends on the outcome of elections in various European countries, because, I mean, it's, I think, important to also not lose sight of the fact that the Ukraine war is becoming increasingly politicized within European countries. Not all of them. I think the big difference between European countries today is you have countries with pro-Russian populists, and you have countries with anti-Russian populists, and populists rising everywhere. So, I mean, that is a factor, I think, that we need to keep in mind. But, I mean, what should Europe do if this scenario arises? I hope that Europe would spend at least 5 minutes cursing itself for not preparing for this earlier, and preparation should have started 10, 15 years ago, but didn't. But I mean, that doesn't help in the future. And I think then what's happening happening in the medium to long-term future is the question, do we have means to do anything else but appeasement with Russia? Right? Because if we want to have options, we need to have the military strength to actually open up these options, or actually do something else. Otherwise, we without the Americans and the current state of European security, we're in dire straits. And I think that's there's not much nuance maybe in this assessment, unfortunately.
Max, and then if you have any questions, please prepare them.
Just one quick comment that, you know, I do think that if there is a Harris administration, I do think it's very likely that there'll be another robust aid package for Ukraine that will have very strong bipartisan support. And then I think the question then is, what does Russia do? Because I think there is, you know, I think the Ukrainians now are more open to negotiations and having what would be a ceasefire in this conflict due to their kind of intense exhaustion. And if you have a Harris administration and it's clear U.S. support's not going anywhere, perhaps there is a window for negotiation. The one thing I would say there is I don't think it would lead to any sort of lasting, you know, agreement. And I think the key demand of the Ukrainians, of both the United States, or at least this is what if I were Ukraine, is that I would not agree to any peace agreement unless there are sort of a guarantee of funding that you can really build up your military forces, which then would mean huge outlays from both the United States and especially from Europe. So if, the illusion that if the war ends, then we can all just sort of go back and not fund Ukraine, I think is nonsense. So I think that is something that I think we have to reckon with. And if I was Ukraine, I would also want to accelerate membership in the EU in particular, and NATO they will ask for, and they have been, but the EU in particular. And this could be very tough, I think, and particularly for the Europeans, and cause some really tough choices.
Yeah, but in terms of a deal, of course, it's good to remember that what Russia will require is limitations to the size of Ukrainian army, and Ukraine to abandon its bid for NATO and the EU. So it's really we are really far from that kind of outcome. So.
Are there any questions? Yes, a lot of them. Yes, please, here, and we can take two, yes. Just the next table afterwards, yes, please, yeah, on the left. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Sylvie. None of you mentioned OSCE as part of the European security architecture. So your take on the future of the OSCE. And I gather that some kind of a peace agreement will be expected sooner or later, sooner with Trump, later possibly if Harris wins. But who is going to implement it and monitor it? Ukraine and Russia, they have a long border. Troops are stationed along that border. Is it the UN, the OSCE, coalition of the willing? What kind of mechanism does it require? Thank you.
Very good questions, yeah. Yeah, here, yeah.
Good morning, Jakob Algren. I'm director of the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you for the discussion. I'd like you to comment on the discussion that is happening in Europe, mainly, I'd say, about the possible need of an independent European nuclear deterrent, especially in light of comments from presidential candidate Trump, etc. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we'll take these two and then we'll go back to you. So on OSCE, who wants, yeah, Max, if you want.
So, I mean, I think right now, the OSCE is obviously very deadlocked. I guess the thing I would say is arms control is dead until it isn't. And I don't, would I predict that maybe there's, maybe there's a change in Moscow in leadership in 5 years, and then there's a potential to negotiate all sorts of things over the status of Crimea, or maybe what forces are allowed. You can imagine a scenario in which you very much need the OSCE to act as implementer of a potential agreement, a ceasefire, some of the roles that it was playing in 2014. So, we set up these institutions, and then to just say, oh, well, that's, they're completely dead because of our current situation, I think is sort of the wrong course. So I could definitely see a future role there.
Yeah, I don't think OSCE monitors, for instance, are very much welcome anymore in Ukraine. But that is not to say that OSCE cannot have some role in the future, and these kind of organizations, their relevance comes and goes, and then comes back. In terms of peacekeeping or having a deal to implement them,
monitoring, yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to remember that Ukrainians actually asked for a peacekeeping mission already, like mid-2010s, and what they got was a monitoring mission and a civilian crisis management mission. So this is not a new idea, and I think that's something really to look into, whether we could have a UN peacekeeping operation if there ever is a deal to keep. At the same time, of course, our experience with peace operations is not only positive, and they come with many challenges. And contexts that have hosted peace operations for a long time do not develop as other contexts, because they are, of course, then relying on the international presence and become dependent on the international presence. So this is not just an easy solution, but something that then comes with new problems and challenges.
Mm-hmm. Barbara, I think the question about indefinite nuclear deterrent is for you.
That's a big question, of course. I think my short answer is no, because it's too complicated at this point. I really cannot imagine Europeans agreeing on anything regarding this, because I think what is often, and I mean, I of course follow these debates, also sort of the public version of these debates, and I think they are really, really lacking in complexity, because nuclear weapons is not just something you have, that you put in your bookshelf and then it miraculously generates deterrence or something like that. But you really need to have a nuclear policy. You need to find a way to manage the security dilemma that invariably arises with your adversary if you decide to go that route. And I think this is extremely complex at a national level, and how this could be handled at a European level, I really do not see it. That said, there is an independent nuclear deterrent in Europe, and I'm not stressing that because I happen to be French. But I mean, so there is something that is there. Now the question, I think, is that is sort of lingering around Europe, and in many ways is sort of what would be the role of that for Europe. And I think there a lot of debaters in other European countries are getting ahead of themselves in the sense that they're debating a French offer, but to me, I don't see any French offer anywhere. I mean, I see an offer to sit down and have a conversation about strategic affairs, which is a good thing, but that's, I think, how far the offer goes. So in a sense, I think right now, this is more of a ghost debate that really moves the attention away from where it should be.
But is this conversation happening?
I think it's happening much more on Twitter and on think tank panels than in reality. But I'm, of course, not present when presidents have secret conversations.
I mean, I think
Max is present.
I think it's happening in sort of a general political space of, well, if the U.S. pulls back, we would need to replace what the U.S., the U.S. nuclear deterrent. The other thing I would just add is that the challenge is the decision making. Right? So who in Europe would then authorize the launch, right? And so you have to have this sort of democratic legitimacy and uniform, yes. But I mean, this is what sort of one of the major challenges of creating a European defense community in the 1950s was that it would then suddenly leapfrogging, and you require having democratic political legitimacy to deploy the forces, whether that's an army or whether that's nuclear. So I think a European nuclear deterrent, maybe I'm for it, but I'm for it maybe perhaps in a sense of that would require the European political project, the EU, to become a de facto state. And that, is a...
We know that. More questions? I think there's one in the back there and one here on my right, and General Hodges third. Yeah, we'll do this. So one here. I'm sorry, I don't see very well in the back, but whoever has the mic now can take it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Karen Anna Eggen. I'm a researcher at the Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies. And I would first just like to thank you for a very insightful panel and interesting discussions and comments. And I think I would actually like to challenge you a bit on the question on negotiations and what the likely outcomes of the war is or are. Because, there seems to be this very, this idea about the war if Russia were to be defeated, or it would look like Russia were to become defeated, we're facing either nuclear war or Third World War, or Russian collapse or civil war of some sort. To me, oftentimes, and even just from discussions we've had here, it's always this question of, both directly or indirectly, what will be the Ukrainian concessions at the end of the day? when we get to the negotiations table. And I would like to challenge you a bit on like thinking about what would be the realistic outcomes of a Russian defeat.
Okay.
Because I don't think it will be nuclear war or necessarily a Russian collapse. But I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
That's a very interesting question, yeah. There, yes, the gentleman over there, I'm sorry, I'm not very precise. And then we'll take the third question and we'll have to go quickly to the answers. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Miroslav from the Hybrid COE. I wanted to ask about another perspective of European security architecture, and that is how Europe is organized in confronting or countering the hybrid threats. And in particular, because it was mentioned that this disturbance of or fracturing the architecture came because of neglecting the periphery. And I just wanted to ask, and the answer was, for example, in the examples of Finland and Sweden, that NATO has covered now this umbrella of deterrence. But what about the EU enlargement in terms of mentioning Moldova and particularly Western Balkan, where the hybrid narratives and fights are probably now the biggest? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. And Ben Hodges here in the front, please.
Thank you. My question is to Barbara. It's a nuclear question. I think that the reason Germany does not want to provide Taurus to Ukraine is because they're concerned in a Trump administration that Trump would pull back nuclear shield for Germany, and unlike France and UK, Germany would not have a nuclear deterrent. What is the solution for nuclear deterrence for a non-nuclear country like Germany?
Okay, easy question. If you want to start with this, Barbara, and we'll go in reverse.
My general take would be that the presence of these nuclear weapons in Germany and in the other extended deterrence countries is actually overstated in their relevance, and that sort of real nuclear protection for Europe does not necessarily happen through these very weapons, but that it's sort of embedded in, again, the credibility of US security guarantees to Europe. And credibility, I think, is really the key point here, which would be endangered with Trump in the White House anyway. So I think if Germany, as a non-nuclear country, decides that it wants nuclear protection, the answer is staying in NATO and contributing to NATO. I think this is really the answer. If I may just say, like, a very few words about the question of Russian defeat, because what I sometimes think is useful is to remind ourselves that we ultimately do not really know Russia's war objectives. We have a lot of theories of why Russia started this war and what they want out of it and so on. But sort of if we really take a step back from a purely analytical statement, we don't know for sure what they want there and why they do this. I mean, they say things and people in Europe say things, what they think Putin thinks and so on, but ultimately we don't know. And so that also means that we don't really know sort of at what point Russia would actually fail to achieve its war objectives and what that means. Now, my theory about all of this is that for Russia, this is really systemic and much more than about Ukraine. And so if there is any kind of ceasefire in Ukraine, the problem with Russia, to put it very, very simply, will not be over, and that we need to think about these more systemic and structural factors.
So we're back to this issue of how do we deal with Russia in the future. You want both of you, Max and Tyyne. Max, start, please, to answer. Very little time left.
Yeah, maybe on the first question on Russian defeat. So I think one of the problems with negotiations and the concept of negotiations in this conflict is neither side is either, for negotiations, sort of both sides, I think, have to want the fighting to stop. And so sometimes the Ukrainians are on top, sometimes the Russians are on top. And, there was, I think, a moment in maybe December, early spring of this year, December of last year, where the Ukrainian counteroffensive had not succeeded. It was unclear whether U.S. funding was going to come good. And there, if the Russians had sort of said, okay, we can sort of freeze this conflict and let's talk with the Ukrainians, I think that might have been a moment where the Ukrainians would have said yes, but the Russians didn't do that. So the way I see it is, I think Ukraine, in order to bring Russia to the table, has to put Russia militarily on the back foot, where the Russians have to be, losing the war. And then the question is for Ukraine, well, if Russia's losing, why would you enter negotiations? And perhaps there is a moment where the Ukrainians feel like, well, they can actually pin Russia back enough, or they've regained territory, or they're content. And this is all going to be determined by the Ukrainians. And I don't think that's just rhetoric on the part of Washington. When you see, the first panel talked about Israel-Gaza. I mean, the U.S. is engaged in, here, a lot of people think the U.S. has all this say over the Israelis, and it turns out, we don't. So the Ukrainians will dictate that. But there could be a moment where there is a point where Russia wants to negotiate, but I think that only happens if Ukraine is militarily on the front foot. And that is the key challenge, is how do we get Ukraine back on the front foot? And maybe just quickly on the hybrid threats. I think one of the key challenges here is that we've lost a degree of deterrence vis-a-vis Russia, in part because we have thrown all our sanctions at the wall, except for energy, which I think is potentially a big deal, and could be something on the table for the U.S. after the election. But we don't really have our sanctions toolkit. We can't really evict any more, Russian diplomats from embassies. So what is to deter Russia from attempting assassinations against heads of European defense companies? And this is where it gets a little tricky with Ukraine, because the one area where we have some leverage to deter or to cause real harm is vis-a-vis Ukraine, to do more in Ukraine. But then the question is, why aren't we doing that already? And so that's where I think there is some tension about, well, you can constantly escalate, but do you want to use that escalation as a threat in a form of deterrence vis-a-vis hybrid? And we haven't really had the kind of deep conversation there, in part because it's not great for Ukraine that we would be holding anything back because we want to send a signal of deterrence. But that's really the only mechanism that I think we have to impose real costs on the Russians should they take certain actions against us.
Tyyne, you'll have the last word.
I'll be quick. Firstly, about the hybrid threats, and we have, Moldova was mentioned by you, so we have, the EU PM in Moldova to fight, or help to fight the hybrid threats, and this is really on the agenda. But there I would be really careful with the time frame. Are we fighting hybrid threats in short term or actually in long term? Because there are different priorities. If we want to counter Russian disinformation and all kind of undermining effect on democracies in long term, we need to be a bit more careful than just like closing media space, right? Because then we also lose diversity of democracies in these neighborhoods. About the victory question, I just want to, my analysis is that we have actually focused quite a lot on understanding Russia and its objectives, and I think we know them quite well in terms of Ukraine. It's to control Kyiv. It's nothing to do with territory. It's to control Kyiv and to prevent its integration in the West, because this helps Russia to get this kind of imperial status that it's pursuing, right? This is and at the same time, while I think this is what we discuss every week in some media outlets in Europe, what are the Russian objectives and interests and red lines, at the same time, do we discuss what is the Ukrainian perspective on peace, how Ukrainians understand the victory or peace? Not that much, and I think this is really crucial where we should look into also to facilitate the peace talks, because it's not so simple either. They also have a very nuanced priorities, and I think that's something where I would look into next.
That's a very good last word. Thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you. Okay.
Jim.
Joo, ne on aika kiinni.
Huomenta, Charlie.
Okay, if everyone could go ahead and find your fighting position.
Just the note. Thank you.
I lost it 6 years ago. Sure. Sing. Okay, good morning to all of you. We have a great opportunity with three experts to talk about defense industry in Europe. And it builds on the two panels we've already heard this morning, particularly the last one, which I think touched on several aspects of the topic of defense industry. There's been a lot of hand-wringing and concern about, oh my God, even the United States doesn't have the capacity to do what's needed to help Ukraine defeat Russia, to deter China, to support Israel, all these different challenges. I disagree. We have the capacity, the potential's there, but are we doing what needs to be done? Are the policies the right policies? So that's kind of where I'd like to focus today, addressing those policies and things that need to be done. Our panel is, I think, is well known to everyone. I can't believe I'm losing my voice 3 minutes into this. Esa Rautalinko is the CEO of Patria. Michael Williamson, president of Lockheed Martin International, and also an old Army friend of mine. And then finally, Ms. Tyyne Tuppurainen, who's a member of Parliament, chair of the Social Democrats Parliamentary Group. So we've got industry, Finnish, American, and also a parliamentarian to help us get through this. I'm going to start off with three questions going down the line that are applicable to all, and then I'll come back with a couple of tailored questions unique to each of our panelists. I definitely want to save the last 15 minutes for questions from the audience, but if there's something that like you're struck with religious fervor and you want to interject before then, please let me know. So the first question, which will go to all of you, and I'll start at that end, how can industry do more, lean forward in the absence of government orders? Admiral Rob Bauer, the chairman of the military committee, has been going on for the last 2 years, like industry has to play a role also. You can't just sit back and wait for their government to say, we need 5 million, whatever.
Yeah.
Esa.
Well, the industry has done a lot already today by organizing work in a different way, making forward-leaning investments and so forth. That actually has created, for instance, in ammunition production, a huge increase in capacities, for sure. And also there has been governmental support in Finland, in Norway, in many other countries. But let me paint you a picture, and actually I'm now referring to a study made by McKinsey, a very recent study. So in order to understand the magnitude of things, what we are facing at the moment is that if you take 1990 as a starting point, index 100, the year when basically, the Berlin Wall was down and the Soviet Union was beginning to collapse. So what has happened since 1990 till the end of 2023? And there was a comparison by 12 NATO countries that actually are old member states. The GDP of those countries, instead of the index 100 in 1990, in 2023 was 165. Because of peace dividends and so forth, social costs, welfare, so forth, index 225. What happened with defense? Throughout 3 decades and over, the index compared to 1990 was 80, 85. So only in 2023, in these 12 countries, they were on the level of 1990, when the downfall had already started. So what does it mean in money terms? We can, let's say, 2 comparisons, just to give you the idea of the magnitude. If you take the previous period before 1990, the trajectory throughout the Cold War, compared to what happened, the decrease in that trajectory in defense investments in those 12 countries was 8.6 trillion, not billion, trillion dollars. So that's one comparison. what's the deficit if the countries would have spent 2% of their GDP? The deficit is $1.6 trillion. So basically, I think the magnitude is massive, and there is no industry anywhere in the world that could basically do a game-changing investments beforehand. And therefore, I think what the industry has done, everybody has done whatever is in their powers, but also being risk-averse in the sense that we can't jeopardize the well-being of the companies and to put them on the verge of bankruptcy. So therefore, we need to work together naturally with the governments. But I dare to say that, for instance, in ammunition, a lot has happened. Is it enough? No. It's basically a good start, but we need to work very tightly with this one together as the need is massive.
So then you're saying Patria is not in a position without severely risking the viability of the company to go ahead and expand some production capacity or hire additional people in anticipation of what might come. You've done all you can.
Well, basically we are doing that, but we don't have the luxury, and I would dare to say that no company in the world would have the luxury of sourcing huge amounts of material and people and so forth, just in case that somebody would make a political decision. So that's not basically possible. So everybody's taking a forward-leaning risk for sure, but there's a pretty fine balance what's viable, and just looking at the financial institutions today, which still are contemplating are we ethical or not, as absurd
of course
as it sounds. So that's basically where we are.
Okay, so Mike, if Admiral Rob Bauer, the chairman of the military committee, was here and he asked you, is Lockheed doing all that it can beyond accepting government orders for production, how would you respond?
I would tell him that we're absolutely doing that. And, a really good answer would be to say what my friend Esa just said, and then just stop talking. But
I'm not going to let you just do that, though.
I knew you would not. So here's the thing, and I'll be short. So the truth is that Lockheed Martin, and I would also offer a number of our, I'll call them competitors and people that we work with every day, all lean forward. And the reason why is that, the processes involved with acquisition in the United States is that sometimes the funding trails. And so we could not be in business if we didn't lean forward. And in the case of when the Ukraine happened, we automatically, without waiting for direction or a specific contract to come, we looked at our production capability, we looked at the manpower requirements, and then the one that we probably should spend some time talking about is also the supplier network. So going back to something that Esa said, there had been years of neglect. And so the question about how much we have increased production has to tie back to from what starting point. And so in the case of Lockheed Martin, I can tell you across all of our different product lines, cases where we have now doubled production from where we were 2 years ago. And you have to remember, we are a long lead business where you're building components that are very complex, require integrated circuits, a lot of lead time necessary. So for us to put in the test equipment, the tooling, the trained personnel to be able to manufacture at rates, that's a pretty significant investment, and it's not one that you can wait 2 or 3 years for all of the funding and the contracting to happen. So it was necessary for us to do that. But what's really important, and I think the point that Esa made that I want everyone to make sure that they understand, is that you were starting at a peacetime production rate that even if you doubled or tripled, it still would not meet the requirements, the demand signals that were coming from customers. And so hopefully as we go through this discussion, we can talk more about what is the right amount of capacity that you want to have. Where do you become inefficient in having too much capability, but where have you left yourself vulnerable because you have not made the investment?
Right.
You know, I thought the president's comment yesterday was really interesting when he talked about all wars end. The Michael Williamson corollary is, and others will begin. And as such, you also have to do something that I think the Estonian Chad said, and that is, what is the desired state that you want to be in? And so if we now have acknowledged that the peacetime capability and capacity that we've had is insufficient, then what is the real rate that we have to have in place?
Right, thank you. Titi, as a parliamentarian here, what are your expectations for what industry does in terms of leaning forward, anticipating requirements, and what would Finnish voters be willing to support?
Thank you, Ben. But let me start by saying that the lineup of this panel is amazing, and it actually led me asking, what on earth can we have in common with Michael and Esa, having me here, a feminist social democrat from the Finnish parliament? And that's actually a very good question, because then it made me think that there is actually something that really unites us. And it's not the fact that I was for a time being the biggest owner of Patria when I was Minister for State Ownership Steering, but the fact is that we have the same conviction, I believe, Michael and Esa and I, and also Ben, that for Ukraine it's the necessity to win. And for Ukraine to win, we need to have proper defense industries in Europe. And not only in Europe, but we need to have networks, we need to have partners across Europe, in the United States, in Korea, Japan, in the United Kingdom, and so on. So that's the conviction that unites us. And that's my leading theme in this panel discussion. And my main point, actually, Ben, if I may, is I will elaborate it a little bit more in detail later on, but my main message to you is that we need a new social contract in Europe. A new social contract that would include the component of defense and security. We have in Europe the very proud model, the social Europe, social market economy. So far, as we've heard Esa say, we have been lacking the component of defense industries. But that can no longer be the case if we want Ukraine to win. We have to speed up our deliveries for Ukraine and at the same time make sure that our own defense are in good shape. So therefore, the new social contract should be now clearly addressed to our voters and people. It's a good timing when Ursula von der Leyen is just in the beginning of her legislative term, that the new social contract includes the people and the security. It's not either or, but it's both and. I mean, I cannot go to my constituency and say, my people, that come on, we cannot invest in education anymore or social and healthcare anymore because we have to, be above the 2% target. It's not possible. We have to keep the people on board. But I believe that is possible. It demands some choices. It demands prioritizing of investments. It may demand also sacrifices, but it is possible. So it's high time for a new social contract that includes defense industries in Europe.
Okay, well, let me go back down, starting with you then. Dr. von der Leyen has created a defense commissioner now for the European Union, former prime minister of Lithuania, so it gave us some miles on it, some experience. I love the fact, by the way, that we have two Baltic commissioners now that are responsible for defense and foreign policy for the European Union. What do you expect from Commissioner Andrius Kubilius? What's his role? What should it be?
Well, of course, I expect him to report back to Henna Virkkunen, to the Finnish Vice President of Commission, to be elected. We have high hopes, and let me remind you that it was actually the Finnish Social Democrats who among first suggested that the EU Commission should also include the portfolio of defense commissioner. So we are very satisfied with the situation that there is this task in the upcoming Commission. I expect him to coordinate the financing of defense industries in Europe and also integrate the defense market in Europe. We don't lack enterprises. We actually don't even lack finances. If we count everything together, including UK and Norway, we have 4 100 billion euros of finance for defense industries in Europe, including UK and Norway. And we don't lack expertise, but what we lack is coordination and integration. And that's first and foremost the task of the Defense Commissioner. I expect him to run the European Defense Agency, and I believe we have all the reason to expect more deliveries also from the European Defense Agency.
Very good.
It does a good job.
Mike, as an American, and from an American company, how do you look at the role of the new defense commissioner?
So I absolutely agree with the last comment.
You're going to have to go first on the next round.
I would say that my starting point would be the planning and the coordination. So if you look at, and to be a little more specific, I'm looking for the planning and coordination to occur at what will be the sovereign capabilities, because I think you always start there. What are the opportunities for regional coordination, and then finally across NATO and Europe. And this is really important because if you don't have that coordination, if you don't have that leadership, you're going to find us oversubscribed in some areas and then undersubscribed in others. And so I think the coordination of the financing to address where there are gaps is critically important, and also in capacity. So again, what is the starting point? Where do you want to position yourself for true deterrence? And I think having someone who's looking across what I would say the enterprise, and then being able to allocate and direct where possible to address those gaps or shortfalls, I think that's job one. And by the way, the only job that I would expect from that. And synchronization, obviously, with non-European partners.
Yeah. Okay, so what does this mean for Patria, for Finnish defense industry, to have a defense commissioner now?
Well, actually, hopefully it will. Well, first of all, it's a clear statement that actually it's going to be under a designated commissioner. So clearly that's a very powerful statement. I hope that what's going to happen, and maybe we have the chance to chat about that one as well. But what we truly also need in Europe are European programs, and if you are thinking about one of the basic ideas of the whole of EU, there should be free trade. There should be a level playing field, and I think this is also a time where hopefully the new commissioner is going to address the topics that actually are pretty protectionist at the moment, and hopefully also there would be initiatives to clean up the EU directives, giving a tighter framework for opening up for competition, because it is one of the key reasons why the European deterrence, if we talk about, use that terminology, which basically takes our capabilities down at the moment. Then hopefully one thing, and I hope don't take, this might sound a little bit cynical or even morbid to certain people, but we also should have the view in the EU that actually let's look at the defense industry as an industry. Let's think about the possibilities. We are talking about defense spend, and that's an important, it's a vital topic. But at the same time, the industry today employs around half a million people in Europe. So, and directly. But if and when we are capable, in the name of the European defense industry strategy, and hopefully in the program as well, if and when we are able to create a bigger growing industry, top-notch, cutting edge, it will bring also wealth to the member states. Why this might sound morbid to somebody naturally is that yes, now as Ukraine is under brutal invasion, that are we taking advantage of that? That's not the case, and I think it's vital to understand that yes, there's a possibility to bring in wealth. Just some numbers, and not saying that the decisions would have been wrong. I think they were vital, but looking at the amount of taxpayers' money that was used during the pandemic, what 700 billion euros, The UK alone in 2008, when Lehman Brothers collapsed and the financial crisis broke out, used more than 400 billion pounds of taxpayers' money in order to save the financial system. So basically, if there's a need, there are means, and I think over here there's the positive backdrop in a sense that we can also create a huge industry. In a sense, I wouldn't put this into the same basket as green transition, but scale-wise and so forth. So this is a huge industrial initiative.
Thank you. Okay, the third question to each of you is going to be about Ukraine. What are we learning? I've always thought the best organizations were learning organizations that are set up to learn. Michael, start with you, and then Esa, and then Titi. What are we learning from the war in Ukraine, but also Israel's wars against Hezbollah and Hamas? What are we learning, and how does it affect what you do in Lockheed?
So I don't get to agree with.
No, you have to go first this time.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna, if I could, I'd like to characterize this in maybe a three-legged or maybe a four-legged stool. So I think there's some tenets here that I believe folks will agree with me on. So I think the first thing is agility. So if you think about some of the innovation that the Ukrainians have put in place, that is not invention, but taking existing things, capabilities, whether they're commercial or military, and then being able to employ them in their defense, I think that is a key takeaway for us at Lockheed. I think the second one would be speed, is that this is not something where you take 2 years and do analytics. I think you have to be very, you have to see it, understand, and act very quickly, and so I would add speed. Affordability would be that third one, and you know, I think this goes back to something that was said earlier, and that is, so every nation is making trades about investments in infrastructure, education, other items in order to pay for defense. And so the things that we bring to the table, the capabilities that we bring to our customers, have to have a basis in not only addressing that need, but it also has to be done affordably. And then I think the fourth one, and hopefully this resonates, is strategic partnerships. The relationships that we have with companies like Patria and others are critical. The expectation that one company can address all of the needs is false. It's going to take a network within the defense industrial base in order to do this. And so strategic partnerships with large corporations, and I mentioned suppliers earlier, but also the investment in the thousands of suppliers that are necessary for us to be able to deliver those capabilities. If you don't have those four things, you're not going to be able to respond to a crisis. And that's been our takeaway from the Ukraine situation.
Yeah.
Esa, for Patria?
Excellent comments from Michael. So I'll continue, but from a slightly different perspective. So if you are thinking about technology and what's happening at the moment, and what really has become visible and vital, is that first of all, Army is back, and that was something that actually was almost deemed to be obsolete during the end of the Cold War, if it actually ever ended, but that's a different thing. And so Army is back, so those capabilities are vital, that's for sure. Long-range capabilities, not just missiles, artillery, and a lot of development work being done with that one as we speak. Air deterrence, those capabilities, electronic warfare, anti-jamming, and also jamming capabilities, intelligence, artificial intelligence, and then unmanned systems. Not just drones, but basically anything that can be unmanned, and then the speed of execution. And we can see that, for instance, when we are talking about drones today, so we know that the new innovation, whatever comes to the battlefield today, might be obsolete in 3-4 months. So the ever-evolving development of those new breakthrough capabilities And then also one learning is that today, in order to have a huge effect, there are also cost-effective ways to do it. So basically, at the end of the day, this is also a financial game, gains and losses also concerning the enemy. So you can do huge damage with a few $1,000s and take out the system worth 50 million or what have you. So all of this is important, and there are so many technological avenues at the moment. But then one more thing into the equation: enough volume. Still, it doesn't really cut the mustard if you have the most sophisticated systems that money can buy, if they are not in large enough quantities. So that's also one of the learnings over here, and I hope that all the nations are now paying attention to that, what actually has happened, because so many things we assumed during the past 30 years have proven out to be wrong, unfortunately, but that's where we are.
Well, so thank you. Titi, what has the parliament learned from Ukraine, and how does that affect what you expect for defense?
Yeah, very good. 2 points. Number one being that, sorry to say this, but from Ukraine, we have first-hand battlefield experience. And it's an experience that, of course, that we in Europe don't have, but we can get it from Ukraine. And actually, paradoxically, it is an advantage for us that this late arrival to the defense industry scene helps us now, because we don't have to make the mistakes, we don't have to prepare us for yesterday's war, but we can actually build our capacity for today's war. And that is that Ukraine can provide us. I take an example. I know that United States is investing in aircraft carriers, and maybe they can be good in some safe part in the world, but if the adversary has, let's say, hypersonic missiles, then maybe it's not such a good investment. But from Ukraine, we can learn what Europe needs, what kind of war we are waging in the future, in the near future, and we can invest in something that is really, battlefield tested and works now in the case of need. Second issue, when it comes to Ukraine, it is actually a takeaway that I took with me from Ukraine, where I was 2 weeks ago. I had an opportunity to exchange views with Minister Kamysov, who is the chief advisor to President Zelensky on defense industry matters. And what really struck me the most, it's the growth of defense capacity, in the industry capacity in Ukraine. Just in a 2 years' time span, they have been able to scale their defense material production to a level where they actually don't have lacks anymore in production capacity. They don't have lacks in expertise, as already mentioned. What they are lacking now desperately is funding, but the production capacity is striking. So to my thinking, we in Europe should take the advantage of this fact, while we have to still continue, and we need to continue our deliveries for Ukraine. We could actually do it most cost efficiently by investing in Ukraine's own defense industry. So that is something that could be a good investment, because they already have the assembly lines running. We have the money in Europe, but we don't have the capacity here. So at this point, in the very short term, that would be a very good investment. And in order to facilitate that, my suggestion is that we should treat Ukraine as it already were a member of the European Union, in order to allow Ukraine access to the programs and funding that the European Union has, and also make it easier for joint ventures to invest in Ukraine's defense industry.
Mike, you had a follow-up.
Ben, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one other thing, and I should have said this earlier. Whether it's tied to the first or second question, I think the other thing that's a learning point for us, and I would say should be a learning point across all of the folks who are participating, is the notion of interoperability and standards. You couldn't keep sending capabilities, and whatever the defense structure is, whether you want to talk about a regional capability or you're talking about a NATO or a US, the real multiplier is to have interoperability that allows you to exchange between partners and coalition, partners, but also this notion of that the standards are in place that says if I send you something, you can use it. And I'm not just talking about the size of the ammunition. I'm also talking about training and understanding, all of those aspects. I think we cannot lose sight of how important that is also.
Excellent point. Okay, we're down to our last 14 minutes, and I want to get as much from the audience as possible, so I'm going to ask you to say who you are, make a short question, and if it's for a specific panelist, please say who that is, and I'll take 2 at a time. So, yes, sir. Is that Ben back there? He's the smart Ben back in the room there, okay. Is there a second one already pending?
Thank you. Benjamin Tallis, Democratic Strategy Initiative, Berlin. Titi Tuppurainen, I fully agree with you that we need this new social contract, a new societal vision with defense at its heart, integrated, so that we overcome those welfare versus warfare type debates that we continue to see. But you mentioned this requires prioritization and it requires choices. What are those choices?
Yes. It comes down to the fact that if we accept it as a reality, that there's an arms race, that Russia is prepared for war, then we have to communicate that clearly to our people everywhere in Berlin, in Thüringen, Sachsen, and Oulu, my hometown Oulu, that we need to prepare for war as well. In order to be prepared, that's the best guarantee for peace. Of course, helping Ukraine is the #1 priority. And it means sacrifices in a way that the investments that we have, they need to flow also to the defense industry. But it's not either or, as I said. If you take, for example, taxation, you can allocate taxation in a way that is socially just. These are choices that every government has to take, values-based. So as a social democrat, I'm intensively advocating for social justice when it comes to taxation, when it comes to investments in healthcare and education. But these are options that the governments have in their hands. And one has to ask whether the right-wing governments in Europe are making right policies if they are leaving people behind. You cannot ask people to come on board when they need to tolerate big investments in defense industry if you are ignoring their needs when it comes to housing, social and health care. So I believe that the best possible combination is actually this social contract, let it be social democratic contract, if you ask me, where we combine the social market model that we have together with strong defense industries. But it's not self-evident. One has to say this. It's not self-evident that it happens because democracies sometimes lack the decisiveness. They lack the determination and the focus what we need to do. Next elections are always coming. There are elections in Austria very soon. There are elections in several other European countries. And there's emerging and possible fatigue all over Europe. And if we give in to this fatigue of supporting Ukraine or fatigue in investing in defense, then it will be the autocracies that will win, inside Europe and outside Europe. And we would have to be able to communicate to our people that if the autocracies win, then the people will no longer have the freedoms that we have been used to consume here on this continent. Long answer, but put it short, let's put the people first.
Nobody has a right to be fatigued except the Ukrainians. So I saw 3 hands did come up then, so this gentleman over here, then the Ukrainian ambassador, and then this young lady right here at the second table.
Thank you. It was really good food for thought. Jan Willem Röper, German Army. My question leads to the thing that we now have 2 major players in defense in Europe. We have NATO on one hand side, and we have the European Union on the other side. So my point is, do we are facing a risk that these two players acting on the same center of gravity will not increase the speed we need, but maybe slow down because it leads to more competition, to more bureaucracy, to more processes? And what is, from your industry perspective, and of course your policy perspective, maybe a suggestion to mitigate these risks? Thank you.
That question will go to Esa. Okay, let me get the other two questions first. So, Ambassador?
I think...
Wait a moment. I want to get all three questions because we only have 9 more minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, first of all, it's great to see you, Ben, you, Michael, and you, Esa, once again here together. Because in Ukraine, we understood that this is the battlefield. The military and defense industries decide whether we will leave or not. So in this continuous sense of anxiety that all Ukrainians have for obvious reasons, when I find myself in the presence of generals and bosses of such major defense companies, I feel much calmer. So thank you for the opportunity, especially with the mindset that you have. It's also great to be ambassador to Finland, where there is the understanding why Ukraine must win. And but having discussions here, even here, I understand that not all countries are like, it's not in all countries like in Finland and like among Finnish politicians who Tytti so brilliantly represents. I would like to refer to 2 important messages.
We'll go run out of time. I'm running out of time, Ambassador, so I do want to get your question in.
Yeah. 2 important messages that Estonian Chief of Defense voiced yesterday, that we must have this sense of urgency and understanding that we are continuously in pre-war time. So, in your view, is this sense of urgency winning across even like-minded countries? And what needs to be done so that this mindset wins and let us survive? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now, Michael, will you take that question?
Thank you. I'm Tuija Karanko. I'm the Secretary General of Finnish Defence, Aerospace and Security Industries. I'd just like to emphasize what Madam Ambassador said. That would have been my question and comment as well. We are here amongst the true believers, I think, in this room. But when I talk to European politicians, European colleagues, European industries, there is very much industrial and regional politics involved. So the sense of urgency is not the same everywhere in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Esa, and then Michael, and then Titi, if you would address that.
Well, if being brief, the division of work between the EU and NATO. In an ideal world, how it would work out is that the EU, the European Commission, should actually have no say whatsoever what needs to be procured. But the EU should have a clear role in finding the financial methods from the European Defence Fund under the European Defence Agency. So I think it's of utmost importance that actually NATO and then the country's own ministries of defence and the defence forces decide what is needed, when, in what quantities. Then it's left for other domestic and European politicians to say that, okay, and what is feasible and how it can be financed. So, I think this is the only guarantee that we would have speed of execution, because unfortunately NATO does not have available funds. That's the other thing. But we shouldn't have any false ambitions in the EU. To take firm standpoints on the technology that actually the countries or NATO would need.
Thank you. Michael?
I'd like to respond, Ambassador, to the question about the sense of urgency. You know, I also have the role of strategy for our corporation. And I would offer back to you that there are 2 vectors that are and should be occurring. The first one is, what is our ability to address immediate needs? So, and those immediate needs obviously tie to how do you produce the munitions and the capabilities that we can get into the hands of people who have demonstrated the will to stand up for democracy. That's critical for us, and we're doing that both with our own internal capabilities. I talked a little bit about doubling production with the resources that we have and are available to us, but I also mentioned the fact about strategic partnerships and relationships, reaching out to non-traditional producers of military capability and incorporating them. There's a tremendous amount of resourcing and capabilities in companies that have never actually done defense. And so how do we bring them into the fold very quickly so that you can address those immediate needs? That second vector, though, is equally important in that how do you build capacity so that it acts as a deterrent? How can we decide that this level of capability across NATO, across the US, is sufficient to deter? I would make the argument it has proven not to be. And so, when I look at a graph of funding of defense spending and investment in industrial capacity going back to, post World War II, that graph looks like this, right? It's a sine wave. And I think the difference is what's the consistent level of investment that you have to make in having that capability? So I think the answer comes in two ways. One, you've got to leverage all the capacity that you have today, and then you have to be innovative in bringing in others to help speed that up. And I've had some of those discussions with members of your government. And then the second thing is my appeal would be that, when this war ends, people shouldn't get the selective memory and go back to where we were, pre-invasion.
Yeah, certainly as Sweden and Finland are also a member in NATO now, we hope that the EU, the European Union and the NATO would not be competing with one another, but instead working very closely together. And we have all the reason to create and build a robust European pillar of NATO. I don't think the United States is going to be jealous of us doing that. I think that's what the administration expects us to do, regardless of whether there's Harris or Trump in the White House. So with the cooperation between EU and NATO, we can do that because NATO is the most credible security guarantor. When it sets 2% or above that, everybody takes that seriously now. And when the EU says that we are going to create a common European defense single market, it's going to be credible and it's going to produce goods for our needs. You can also make directives, and one thing that I would like to propose is also a directive on military mobility, because it's one thing to have the weapons and another thing to deploy them. So that's also a fact that the EU can contribute also to NATO's operations to make sure that there are the highways and lanes for the tanks and so on. The second question, the matter of urgency. We have long had the principle of helping Ukraine for as long as it takes. But I think that's wrong. That's fundamentally wrong, and we need to abandon this principle now. We need to abandon it now. If we are serious in what we are saying, that it is a necessity for Ukraine to win, we have to instead adopt a principle that we need to help Ukraine as much as it takes, instead of as long as it takes. As much as it takes to give the arms, give the weapons, the ammunition Ukraine needs, and also the permission to Ukraine to use it. So it's no sense to limit Ukraine's right to use long-range missiles. Ukraine has to have the right to use them also inside Russia in order to destroy the places where the missiles are being sent to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Well, my standing heart rate just went up about 20 beats there. And when a member of parliament talks about military mobility too, I'm even more fired up.
Yeah, very good.
I'm good. The last question to Estonia's outstanding ambassador to Finland, Sven Sakov, and then this will wrap for us.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you for an excellent panel. I have a actually continuing the high heartbeat issue for Ben. And my question is to the arms industry side, basically, Michael and Esa. that we have seen now that in Russian aggression against Ukraine, that very often it's a case that the recipient of arms and capabilities then has to negotiate the use of those capabilities with a country of origin, without naming names, and kind of, you know, do you see that it will have a longer-term impact on the arms industry when actually the capability you are selling or a country is acquiring comes with unknown future political strings attached on how, where, when, against which type of target it can be used? Thank you.
Short answers, please. We're over.
I'll give a short answer. I'm not in a position to speak for how our government, how the U.S. government will make choices about the use and employment. What we have a responsibility is to build the best capability possible, tied to what we believe our customers' needs are going to be. And we will continue to do that. But it would be presumptuous and erroneous for me to pretend to tell you that I could represent the government in terms of planned use, you know, and anticipated use.
Yeah. And I think also from our side, we can say that whatever is originated from Finland, so I think there's a very, very clear outspoken consensus that whatever Finland is providing, for instance, Ukraine, there are no limitations. And I think that has been said out loud various times, and I would assume that both the governmental parties and the opposition as well would be in consensus about this one. Then there are different countries of origin that actually where there might be problems. Many of the us included, Patria included, would have alternative sources and production sites and so forth, which is totally feasible as well. If one country would have strings attached, it might be that then actually the production is going to be done in another facility. But I think there's a large consensus, at least talking about Finland. I haven't sensed any political limitations when it comes to the use of the equipment, or ammunition, or so forth.
All right. But thanks to this panel.
My friend.
Okay, welcome to this panel about climate security as national security. My name is Emma Hakala. I'm a leading researcher at FIIA, and I work on climate security, surprisingly, environmental security and geopolitics of climate change. And it is my pleasure to be moderating this panel, which I think, first of all, thank you everyone who has elected to come and listen to this one. I think that we are talking about some very existential questions, in fact. And I have the pleasure to have two speakers who are very well positioned to be talking about this very topic with me. We'll have a sort of hopefully very kind of intimate and in detail discussion on these topics. So with me today here I have Tuija Karanko, who is the Secretary General of the Finnish Defence and Aerospace Industries, FIIA, which represents Finnish companies with defense, aerospace and security. And Ms. Karanko has previously had a long career with the Finnish public administration, for example, with the defense forces. And she is also the first vice chair of the NATO Industrial Advisory Group. And then we have Damien Plant, who is a previous UK diplomat and military officer, but he also has he's a chartered environmentalist, an IEMA fellow, and an alumni of Cambridge University Sustainable Business Program there. And he works currently with consulting firms and extensively has networked across Europe and the US and UK with different organizations helping especially the sort of military to be more sustainable. I guess we'll hear more about that in a moment. So as you can see, two excellent experts on the topic. I thought that I will give you a very short introduction to this theme, because I assume that not necessarily everyone is an expert on climate security. And this is maybe a topic that I would argue is discussed increasingly, but potentially not enough, and we don't always necessarily recognize all the impacts and reasons why this is an important topic. So I thought that I would start by saying exactly that climate change is recognized as a security issue, not only because of the direct threats that we see, for example, storms and floods. I think we've even in the recent weeks, we've witnessed the implications in Europe that have followed from extensive flooding, the risks and implications to infrastructure and to human lives. And these are clearly on the increase as a result of climate change. But in addition to that, we also have cascading risks, which are where the environmental impact is somehow connected with or combined with all kinds of political and economic factors. So these could be supply chain disruptions, forced migration, or geopolitical tensions, for example. This summer also we had extensive drought around the Panama Canal region, and as a result there were extensive disruptions to the traffic through the canal, which of course has implications on world trade and could hinder our ability to get all kinds of critical materials. And then in addition to that, I would argue that we also have transition impacts, which are the implications of mitigating climate change. As urgent as that is, it also has some sort of creates some sort of risks to our societies and to our people around the world. For example, increasing geopolitical tensions as a result of the sort of very fossil fuel intensive states having to somehow adapt to the new situations, or increasing inequalities or sensed inequalities between different population groups within societies. And these three different sorts of impacts or risks, I would say, are also an issue for defense forces or armed forces, at least for three reasons. And I'm sorry to be so stuck with the number 3, but first of all, of course, armed forces, just like any actor in the society, needs to adapt to the impacts of climate change. For example, the rising sea level or, again, these storms and floods might also risk the critical infrastructure of armed forces. But then I would also argue that armed forces also need to be aware of the sustainability transition, so the mitigation of climate change that is already unfolding and which is taking place regardless of what the armed forces kind of think about it, I would say. So it would be a risk for armed forces to rely, for example, on fuels that are becoming obsolete as a result of the sustainability transition. And they need to be, in that sense, keep up with the transition themselves in order to adapt to that change as well. And then third, I think it can also be argued that the defense forces need to be somehow a part of the transition. We have maybe traditionally felt that armed forces are exempt somehow, or at least to some extent exempt from emission cuts, and they are, for example, not a part of the Paris Agreement on climate change. And this, I think, is very justified in the sense that they do have a very critical role in securing the security of societies and of nations. But on the other hand, you could also argue that they also have a sort of a responsibility as one actor in the society to ensure a kind of a sustainable future for us, also in the sense of mitigating climate change. So there are many challenges, in other words, for defense forces and for us, maybe also in discussing these topics. So maybe I'll start the actual panel with the first question going to Damien, because I know that you have been working with defense and environmental issues for a long time, and especially you've also discussed not only climate change, but also the other environmental problems that we have, especially biodiversity loss and maybe also pollution issues. So could you, maybe as a kind of adding up to the risks that I already mentioned, could you give some examples about how biodiversity loss, for example, is also an issue for the defense forces?
Okay, well, thank you, Emma. And the first thing I'd like to do is pick up on a couple of things you said, if I might. And I think there is a debate about how widely recognised this issue actually is. And some of us live in bubbles where we assume everybody outside the bubble actually understands what we do implicitly. But I've been engaged, as I was saying to General Hodges at lunchtime, since this issue, since 1992. And so I've watched the armed forces, and from my own nation, the UK, and from many other nations, and how they have approached this issue. And I would give a real qualification to the widely recognised piece here. Yes, we now have a NATO Centre of Excellence being established in Montreal, but the times keep slipping on that, and arguably that's far too late. And yes, some countries, and I'll refer to the UK with some examples over our conversation, is doing quite well, although not as well as it should do. But I would argue that most nations, and certainly outside the security communities, don't really get the link, and they don't get the urgency that we need to speed up. So whatever it is we're doing now, we need to do it better. And so, but to the link, I hope they won't mind me saying, but I sat with someone at dinner last night who's a journalist, and they said, they write about security and they write about climate, but they've never seen the two being written about in the same context. And that was a really helpful example. So I hope I'll be forgiven for sharing that example. And I would recommend an article that was in The Guardian on the 19th of September, which I picked out because it plays exactly to the point of this discussion. It's by Anatol Lieven, who's a professor at King's College London. I wouldn't necessarily agree with all his conclusions, but he says, I've studied geopolitics, which was a word you used just now, all my life. Climate breakdown is a bigger threat than China and Russia. And I think that's really important to say because we've been talking not so much about China, but a lot about Russia. And to that, and to I think probably the core of what we're talking about today, he writes, an observer would expect that the entire external policy of the UK and other Western European states would be devoted to fostering international cooperation and action to limit the climate breakdown and mitigate its consequences. However, nothing of the sort has occurred despite repeated statements that the climate crisis is an existential threat. And I spend most of my time arguing that it's not just an existential threat, but it's the preeminent one there. But to your specific question, which I haven't answered yet, really good being here over the last 24 hours. I've been saying to everybody what I'm talking about, and what's been really impressive is the level of knowledge. And actually, they gave all of the examples that you'd want to come out in this answer, probably. So an obvious one is perhaps climate migration. A number of people touched on impacts on military capability, fuel, lack of standardization being good examples. Energy is another obvious one, and I'm really optimistic about some of the opportunities for defence on that front. And then food and water, which get thought about much less often than they should. And infrastructure, as an example. And I was sharing with General Ben just now a previous conversation 10 years ago with the commanding general in Alaska, who said, climate change is real, I've seen it with my own eyes. And in his job, he flew over Alaska every day, and he had seen the permafrost that was melting, the roads being disrupted, the oil pipes breaking, and so on. So it's always good to get examples from other people. And back to the bubble, this room is, and this community is very well educated to that. I would add some of the other points that have been made from the president down, always stand on the shoulders of others. And the debate about whether it's total or comprehensive defence, a key point that for me that came out of it was a recognition, whatever you call it, that it's a whole society activity. And that's something that, particularly as our military and our military capabilities get ever smaller, we depend ever more on the whole of society to make things work. Climate change, many of you will be aware of this, requires adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. Those are really good things to hang it on, and they're all a bit different. And I would argue that so does national security. So if climate security requires all three, so does national security. And I would say, if you think back to what's been said over the last 18 hours, that's been coming out loud and clear, albeit framed in a different context. I wrote down the word foundations here because I think, again, it's come out loud and clear that it's for a well-found society is what you need in order to go forward. Mm-hmm. Climate change is a threat to the very fabric and foundation of society. If we're to deal with shocks, we need a society that's cohesive and competent and can provide at least all the basics to itself. If you haven't got that, you're doomed. And I would describe these other crises as temporary, and it was said that all wars end, but then it was also said that new ones begin. But they're all temporary crises. A thing to take away, I'd say, from this session, if you hadn't clocked it already, is this crisis is not going away. It's with us for our children's and our grandchildren's lives. It's going to get worse. It's going to combine with a whole bunch of other things that's called the polycrisis, whether that's population growth, whether it's the increased standards of living that people demand, whether it's shortage of critical resources. Fresh water is only 3% of the world's water, and what are we doing? We're polluting it and ruining it. So there's an example. And finally, biodiversity. I was really glad you used that word, actually, because this is an area that I think, for me is fascinating and troubling beyond the climate change thing. all the conversations I've had with people have said that that climate change is for them recognised from a risk security perspective. Almost nobody gets the difference between that and biodiversity and nature loss. So, for example, next month I'm going to COP16 in Colombia, and that is the biodiversity and nature COP. Most people aren't even aware there's two separate ones. But having been at COP15, I was accused sometimes by people of being, oh, you're one of these climate people. They're not actually working together, so they're competing for the same resources, same funding, to deal with actually quite sometimes different issues and with solutions that work for one but don't work for the other. So we've got to bring all that together, and there's a huge piece of work. And I've yet to see any engagement with security around the whole field of biodiversity and nature. And I'll finish with a quote. I know that's been a very long answer, but I promise it'll be the longest. A very wise Kenyan woman, the first woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, Wangari Maathai, she said, "Nature is very unforgiving. If you destroy nature, it will destroy you." And to come back to the wider context of the conversations we've been having here, I would say that we could perhaps be accused of arrogance here in the anthropocentric perspective we've taken. We only seem to get our heads around threats from other humans. And I think we need to move beyond that and see the bigger picture.
Thank you, Damien. That's a very good answer, and I think that you also rightly maybe alluded to the fact that maybe sometimes, especially I think for me, being slightly in this sort of climate bubble, it's maybe easy to forget that in some other circles these questions are not really addressed so much. So actually, you, Tuija, coming from the defense industry, I would maybe ask a kind of a naive and basic question. How do these topics like climate change sort of feature in your work?
Well, thank you, Emma, and first of all, thank you for having me here. This is actually one of those topics that I'm very passionate about, and I'd like to start by sort of my own analysis. Maybe Damien can sort of comment or has other views, but I see this from the industry's perspective. First of all, traditional military perspective is very close to our perspective, and it's what you just said, that climate change is a threat multiplier in many ways. But then when I think of the industry, once when I was talking about this, I was said that defense industry and sustainability are contradictions in terms. And I argue very much against that. And if I think of sort of where we've been and where we've gone through, defense industry, be there then exemptions for the defense forces or not, but defense industry is industry. They use energy, they use water, they pollute, and whenever that sort of started that companies in general need to pay attention to this. Was it then in the 1970s, moreover in the 80s? That was also the case of the defense industry. So the production and everything involved was done as best as we could to mitigate any risks for the climate, and we didn't talk about climate change then, but for the climate change. So it started sort of from the civilian regulation, but then also from the understanding that you want to be cost efficient as a company. So you want to start using circular economy, recycling, and all of that. So that's like a 50-year-old thing. Nothing new there, and with the defense industry not having any exemptions on that. So part of that. Then in the 1990s, the governments and the military started to realize this maybe threat scenario and all of that, and maybe they had for the first time after the fall of the wall sort of time and resources to think about these issues. But their point of view was emissions, energy, and fuel. And not because, and this is, I know I'm being very provocative, and I can't even say that this is Chatham House because it's streamed, but I'm going to say this anyway. I claim that their point of view was not from the perspective that this is the right thing to do. The military thought of this as a risk for the logistical chains. And of course, they needed to be cost efficient. So you started to looking at your energy supply and what to do with that. But it was very much in the 1990s onwards, and still actually is very much from the logistics and from the energy consumption, because that's, of course, if you want to minimize your emissions, that's where you get the most resources from. But it hasn't been until the last 10 or so years that we've seen this rising understanding that competing or mitigating climate risks has very strong consequences for military capabilities. And this goes through all domains, including the cyber domain. And this, to me, and this is the part that I'm so passionate about, and there hasn't been very much studies on this. And when I compare the work that I see done within the EU, it's about legislation and sort of doing sort of trying to mitigate the risks that way. And then every now and then there is an exemption for defense. And when I look at NATO, I see that we are more concerned and we want to study the consequences on the military capabilities. And of course, then we as industry want to see what does it bring. And is that something, when I think of the Finnish industry, is that something where we could have the competitive edge that we could work with? So that is sort of my perspective, and I think I stop there and then leave room for more.
Yeah, we'll get into that in more detail, hopefully. Maybe sort of related to that, I know that, Damien, you've been working with militaries and defense force actors and kind of traditional security actors with exactly these sort of decarbonization efforts. So what is your experience, how to motivate and how to justify to these defense actors how and why they should be doing this?
I could probably think of a dozen different armed forces that I've had engagement with, and the answer would be they're all different. And of course, all militaries reflect their national culture, and they reflect the politics of the day as well. And the people you meet tend to be the people who are having careers, who are ambitious, so there's also that to factor in as well. But what I would say is, until very recently, most, including the UK, and I know this isn't Chatham House rules, but I'm a civvy now, so I can say that, have not been leaning in. Yeah, they've not been leaning in at all. And I have been given examples such as, this is not our lane. I've been pretty much cut dead, and particularly when I was serving in uniform, where people are like, what kind of military officer are you if you're into all this green shit? Yeah. But probably the most depressing one was only last year, and it was a I won't say what country, but it was a diplomat in Vienna where I live, a defense attaché, who because of Ukraine said, we need to leave this for our children. And that you got to think about that. You know, it's too late if you leave it for our children. And so the fact that you've got, you know, really experienced defense diplomats who are saying this is not our business is. So there's been an apartness, and for example, at COP21 in Paris, it was explicit that there was to be no military or security engagement with the conference whatsoever. And there were good reasons for that, because many nations in the world are hostile to military actors, because many of them are malign, and that's reasonable. And the fear is that by bringing security inside the tent, is that you drive away the majority of the other actors that you need in the tent, because they won't have anything to do with it. So that's interesting. So to give a personal example, the things that I've done, I've had to do by stealth. And the Cambridge program you mentioned taught us the good old mantra, people, planet, profit, the triple bottom line benefits to doing stuff. So having been funded to go and do this very expensive course, I then go back to my general. I've got a really good idea to do something that's sustainable, but I realise I've got to pitch it to them without talking about planet. He gets people because he's a military officer, so he at least believes that he cares about all his people. He's an ambitious general, so it's all about driving down costs, so there's profit. As soon as I'd mentioned planet, he would have thrown me out of the room. It would undermine the rest of the argument. So in the end, we had a very successful project. It saved millions off our budget. I think it may still be going on today for a variety of reasons, but nowhere has that general been able to exploit the benefits of what he was doing for the planet. I mean, that should be seen as a positive. It cost him I mean, look at it from a business perspective. It costs you nothing. You get great kudos for it. Boom. So there's a winner. So UK and others are starting to move forward. An example I give is COP26, where the first military event took place. It was a side event. It was led by the Munich Security Conference. People like Jens Stoltenberg and Ben Wallace and various other defence ministers were in the tent, were physically in the room there. But it happened with a very low profile because it was a bit of a test, toe in the water to see whether we could do it. And the view was the UK must not lead this because it would be seen as, domineering and all the rest of it. And the US, of course, not for the same reasons, but that worked. COP26 instigated in UK defence actually a massive move forward. Boris Johnson insisted that all government departments review their own impacts. General Carter, who was then Chief of Defence, said he was appalled to learn that UK defence is 50% of central government emissions, but he was determined to do something about it. And to be fair to him, he got a 3-star, Richard Nugent, to do a strategic review. There's now a 2-star directorate, and the frontline commands are also looking at all this kind of thing. And actually, the UK, for example, is embracing circularity. So they're now designing new warships along circular principles. So there's an example of industry and the military working together really well. It's all barcoded, and they know at the end of life what to do with each piece from the ship. They have got carbon negative training facilities that are being built now that actually generate more energy than they consume. So these are good news stories, and these are ones that we can share with others, because guess what? They also save you money over the long term. I had other things to say. I should probably not fill all the time though. But in conclusion, I would say it's all to play for. I am positive about this. And what I would say, having done some work looking at military procurement for the UK Cabinet Office, is prima facie, there was nothing to stop military procurement adopting a multi-capital approach where you look at, as well as produced capital, i.e. money, you're looking at human, social and natural capital as well. And you're weighting all those when you're giving out the contracts, and you're producing whole of society benefits, going back to the point about this is whole of society business. And military people are really adaptable. By nature, a conservative organisation and culture, if you tell them, for example, to sexuality or gender issues, they bump their gums for the first year or 2 years, and the old guys do, then you completely internalise it. It's just normal part of your culture. I'd give that as an example of how they'll adapt. And for the private sector, having talked in that study for the Cabinet Office to some major defence contractors in the UK, who were already subject to waiting for social capital anyway in their government bids, they go, you just need to be clear with us what you want us to deliver, and we will then compete. Yeah. So play to your point. I'll stop there.
Yeah. If I could sort of just comment on that, and I think it's very good that you touched upon sort of the money issue, because that, of course, as we all know, is a very good incentive. And indeed, the procurements. I don't know how well aware you are about how to develop military capabilities, defense systems, but in general, they are not produced for stock. It's not something that you would have a catalog, and then you would say that, this is what we have, and how many would you like? But you sort of, it goes the other way around. You work with the customer, and there is a customer requirement, and you very often and mostly build for that requirement, meaning that if the government, if the customer does not request for you to be carbon neutral or to for your materials to have the least effect on climate change or whatever. You don't do it because it's expensive, and it would be on your own cost. Your system would be more expensive than that of your competitors, and you will lose. So I think sort of the money is an incentive, but the industry does need the signal from the customer. Another thing what I sort of missed to point out in my opening is the fact that maybe many in the room and behind the screen sort of you think of defense industry as being this huge industry with massive volumes of production. But if we think of vehicles, for instance, and compare the production of military vehicles into that of civilian automotive industry, our volumes are very small. And which means, and when we work in a global and networked economy, we share many of the same sub-suppliers as your regular civilian car manufacturers would, which means that they will comply with any regulation there is to sort of work for the environment, which means that we do too. So it's not just a question of the large OEMs within the defense industry, original equipment manufacturers, but it is the supply chain that is coming and is complying with all these regulations. And then I come back to my point, who is making sure that the regulations for the supply chain and for the for the prime contractors, that it produces the military capability required.
That's a good point, and I was actually going to ask you a bit about this, because I think you've said before in some interview that that ESG, so these sort of sustainability kind of regulations or requirements, or what do you call them?
Luxury.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that they are a luxury that is only possible when national security is ensured through defense capability, obviously. But do you think that there is a chance that, I think you sort of alluded to that previously, but that in a way these wouldn't be sort of kind of directives coming from the outside to the industry, but actually could be an opportunity for the defense industry to somehow be more exactly competitive, but at the same time more sustainable? How do you think that we could somehow get there? And actually, I would also add to that question, because I think in the previous panel there was discussion about how obviously one problem for defense industry is that it's still kind of seen as not sort of favorable investment and so on. So do you think that there could be a kind of a strategic incentive for defense industry to pay more attention to the sustainability side?
Well, first of all, I think the defense industry and the customer, they need to go hand in hand on this, as I explained about the development of military capabilities. And there, I think we can find the competitive edge, so that you look hand in hand. I mean, we've seen many strategies and some communique from a NATO or from EU where it says that we will sort of cut our emissions by this and that, and we will take mitigating climate change into our procurement principles. What does that mean? So I think we need to work hand in hand and see what that means. And I would say that this is where the industry is at least a few steps sort of further down that road than what the customers are. But I think this is something that we need to do together, and this is actually something that we with the Finnish MOD have been talking about, that let's study this together. So I think that is what is needed, both sort of customer and then the provider. As to the ESG criteria, I sort of dislike the idea that this would be a greenwashing the defense industry. I strongly feel that it isn't. I think this is a must, and we understand that must. And this is what we do. Defense industry traditionally is very responsible, and we work for the sustainable societies and our sustainable future.
All right. I think we have to open the discussion to the audience questions soon. Well, maybe I'll do it now because I can see that there are some questions. So at least in the back, I saw one hand. Yes.
Thank you very much. I abuse the right to take the floor and not pose a question, but to make a comment. My name is Petteri Vuorenmäki. I'm Finland's Arctic ambassador. Obviously, I would agree with the statement that the climate change poses an existential threat. And what we need to bear in mind is that the Arctic, the circumpolar Arctic, is at the forefront of that threat and challenge. The resources are become more accessible, the sea lanes open, the permafrost thaws, and much of the structure, both civilian and military, it rests on permafrost. All of this means that there will be much more focus, attention, and much more traffic, both civilian and military. And therefore, I think we all need to bear in mind that in the Arctic region, the climate change is the biggest existential threat. And that's why the work of, for example, the Arctic Council is more important than ever before. That was a comment, not a question. Thank you.
Could I comment to that?
Thank you. Yes, please.
I think that's a very valid point. And when I think of the Finnish defense forces and defense industry, and we think of maneuverability in the Arctic, all of this poses requirements for the mobility, for the different types of vehicles, for the maintenance, repair and overhaul, because you will need more of that. It is becoming more difficult to also to hide, but yet you need to keep on the move. So all of that, when I think of military capabilities, has effect on what type of sheltering and protection do you need, what type of movements do you need, what type of soldier equipment do you need. And this is where we, as said, need to walk hand in hand. I mean, we're talking about material technology, we're talking about energy technology, we're talking about a lot of things here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. If we don't have any immediate more questions right now, I would maybe ask both of you about the role of NATO, which of course is a huge thing in Finland at the moment because of our recent membership. But NATO has also been a very sort of vocal actor on climate security and has been also sort of calling for these assessments on climate risks, but then also pointing out the need of defense forces to green their activities. So what do you think, both of you, first of all, about if you're familiar with what NATO is doing on this front, and what kind of an impact do you think that it will have at the national level on the defense forces? Will it somehow oblige them to act more on these issues? Maybe we'll start with Damien.
Well, I'm outside the bubble now, so I can't really comment confidently on what's been happening the last couple of years. But I was talking to someone at the dinner last night. It was a Norwegian, and he was talking about fuel, to give this as an example, and you know the lack of standardization if we move to ethanol or ammonia and so on. And to which I said, well, the answer is simple. We've always had NATO standards, and we just need to bring in NATO standards and ensure interoperability. So I don't think that's changed. But what we absolutely do need to do is go forward together as an alliance, you know, hand in hand. I know there are working groups. So, for example, I was the DA. I covered Slovenia as part of my remit, and there was a really great, crazy colonel down there who was working with hydrogen generation, and he wanted to use military land, and in most countries, one of the major landowners is the military, to generate green, clean electricity, and then use hydrogen fuel for second, third, and fourth line military vehicles, and what an exciting idea! And so you can already meet quite a lot of your military requirement through doing that. So you've got to work together. You've got to have standards, and to pick up on the point about industry as well. I mean, you've used the word competition more than once, which absolutely get. But there is also then the pre-competitive space as well. And if you're designing CD players or VHS versus Betamax, you need industry standardization. So there needs to be also a place, and I look to you whether it's there or not, where it's explicit just how you bring about some common standards amongst all your friends, allies, and non-adversaries. And there's even, in terms of that, a question which I have as an open question, I don't know the answer to, is absolutely how far do you share these good solutions, even with your enemies, question mark? Because actually, ultimately, if we're coming back to adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, it's for one to win, all have to win. Yeah. So do we share, I don't know, clean energy with potential or actual adversaries, if it means that they are cleaner and then our air and our temperature and our sea levels are better? I don't know the answer. That's open-ended.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the standards, because I think that is what NATO is doing and has been doing and is known for, and that is of utmost importance. As to the work within NATO, I'm really happy to learn, and I'm learning all the time more and more, that this capability aspect is very, very much present. There is an action plan, but it's proposals to the governments, to the NATO nations. They don't have to comply, and of course, every nation is sort of the starting point. The culture is different, so we will see. But the capability part is there. What has been found, however, within different NATO documents is that with the technology we have today, it is very challenging, if not even impossible, to have the required level of capabilities you need, while if we do not use this not so green energy forms or not so green materials and systems as we have today. So it's not a pessimistic view, but it's not very optimistic either. So it will take time before we reach a zero emissions when it comes to military capabilities, or can even minimize them drastically.
Can I just add to that? And so I mentioned the COP26 debate. Ben Wallace, then UK Defence Secretary, and he was in post for a really long time, and he knew his stuff and was ex-military. He said in front of Jens Stoltenberg and others, he said, I spend about, to translate it to euros, about 25 billion euros a year on buying kit. Once I buy that kit, I have to use it for 30 to 40 years.
Yeah.
I'm not a first mover, but I can be a fast follower. But you have to recognize, and I think this builds on your point, you have to recognize that once you've got something, in order for the taxpayer to get the return on the investment, you've got to use it for a while. So the so what is, you want to make sure that whatever it is you're paying for is the absolute latest and best, or least bad, perhaps would be a term to use.
Yeah.
Good points. We are almost out of time, but there is one question in the middle here, and actually Tyyne as well. So if we could have very short, brief questions, and then quick answers to them.
Hi there. My name is Greg Pollock, and I work in the Pentagon. I'm the principal director in the Office of Arctic and Global Resilience Policy, and I think we've been making a good deal of progress in the U.S. Department of Defense in terms of mainstreaming these issues of climate security and what the energy transition is going to mean for defense operations around the world. That said, I think there's a great deal more work to do. To my question, we heard in the earlier panels around defense industry that there is a sense that there are trade-offs right now between welfare and warfare. And these are the very real questions facing politicians in Europe and around the world. I guess my question to you would be, do you see a way to navigate that sort of sense or perception that there is a trade-off to be made between the green energy transition and the necessary kind of armaments acquisition happening right now, particularly with respect to the conflict in Ukraine. And then my second, I guess, hope for some feedback is around, how do we talk about the importance of climate security, which, as you say, to those of us living in this bubble is quite obvious, but in contexts in which issues of climate change remain still quite politically polarized, as remains the case in meaningful degree in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we still have time for Tyyne to quickly ask her question.
You need to write them down. I didn't even bring a piece.
Okay, thank you. Maybe this is not a good last question since it's so elementary and shows that I don't know much about the topic, but I still want to use this opportunity. Can you still explain about the emissions of defense industry, that how much is there actually that we can do in terms of the different phases of the industry? How much can we actually change things in the industry to decrease the emissions? Is it just something minor, or can we actually do something groundbreaking there? And then if not, do the compensation, does it actually work that these industries then compensate for the emissions? Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So trade-offs and actual potential to cut.
I wrote them down, so if I go first.
You go first, and then
why don't we can flip-flop. So question 1, right? Welfare versus warfare. I always stand on the shoulders of giants. I referred to a previous speaker. If there is a need, there are means, and that was the CEO of Patria. It's not a question of can you afford to. The question is, can you afford not to? So the answer is that you've got to do all of this, and actually there's a net benefit. If you get this right, you have less warfare. And then you have more money for welfare. And I've been alive to this issue since 1992, and I've been watching those curves of what we need to do in terms of how quickly we need to get the emissions since 1992. And you know what? They just get steeper and steeper. Of course, we should have started all this decades ago, but we didn't. But that doesn't mean, say, now it's too late, it's too difficult. Welfare versus warfare.
Yeah, that was very well done, because I would have said the same. I'm gonna reply to the last question. I think there are two things here. One of them is production of something, and then the next thing is, okay, what does this system? What does it do? What does it consume? How does it run? And within production side, we've done a lot. We've complied with everything there is. And as technology develops, materials develops, we are doing a lot. So we are not anywhere else where the civilian industry wouldn't be. So exactly there. Then when we go to the systems, and this is where we go to the customer again, what is it that they are willing to pay for? We can think about SAF, sustainable aviation fuels, or sustainable fuels, but at this moment, they do not necessarily work for the engines that are needed to move around a battle tank or an armored carrier. So, and with the long life cycle of these systems, 50, 60 years even, this is a challenge. But on the production side, we are doing it, but then the system itself can pose a challenge with its long life cycle and with the customer requirements.
And come in on the back of that third point there, I quoted 50% of central government emissions in the UK were defence. That is a massive opportunity to do something better. It's a massive opportunity for a government department to go to the centre and say, if you want me to hit your targets, I'm half the answer. Give me money. I'd also build on the point there about industry, and I would say everybody gets focused on tanks and planes and so on, and obviously they're a huge piece of the pie. But what about everything else? The built environment, infrastructure, food, clothing, all of these other areas are all areas that you can massively nibble against. Training, how you train people, and think there are solutions like simulation that are getting better and more useful. So you can make a massive dent in it there as well. But too often people will say, you want to throw away our tanks, you know? And a point I would make as an ex-military guy, which I think needs to be made in a climate security point, is I don't think there's anyone in the room here who's talking about having a military you plan on coming second in a battle or a war. Absolutely not. And that's one of the brickbats that gets thrown at anyone who talks about climate security. You want us to lose. No. I've been in 6 operational theatres. I've been in combat theatres. No, not suggesting that for a minute, but it's how do you make sure you do that whilst also seizing the opportunities to get operational and tactical advantage by doing things differently. And then the final one on polarization, go back to your second one, that's social media, you needed to be at some of the other lunchtime sessions on that, I guess, but I once asked Lord Stern this question, who wrote the Stern Review on the economics of climate change, and he said, facts, dear boy, facts. I once then asked Chris Goodall, who was big on circular economy and wrote a number of books from Oxford, the same question. He said, no, that's rubbish, it's storytelling. What I've concluded from those two much wiser men than I is actually you've got to find the point of reference that works for that person. And whether it's religion, whether it's grandchildren, whether it's being rich, you've got each to avoid the polarization, you've clearly got to counter all of the spin and all the rest of it. But you've then got to find in each and every conversation, I try to do this with every time I talk to different people, work out how can I have a constructive conversation so they don't just shut down. Is you've got to absolutely do that to avoid polarization, but good luck in the US on that one.
Well, I'd like to sort of just add on to that, and this is also something that you already said, and that is people, which is maybe still, with all the technology you have, with all the systems you have, for any military, and especially for Western military, it's the people. Yep. And that's the important one, and that as a commander, that is the asset that you need to take care of. Because with that, you get the political acceptance, even if you don't care about the individuals. I would utilize that fact. Not the money so much, but the people, the most valuable asset that you have.
That's a very good point. Just to clear up, actually, I just got some new added minutes to my countdown clock here, so it looks like we're not quite as finished as it looked. I hope this is not some kind of a symbolic reminder that the humanity is on borrowed time or something like that, but we're happy about this, these extra minutes. I think I saw some hands in the back, so yes, please, we have one more question at least.
Hello, Federica Prandin from FIIA. So my question touches upon the people, but on a more broader scale. So when we think about preparedness and also the distribution of responsibility and first response to extreme climate events as a result of climate change, how do you see this distribution of responsibility between military and civilian institutions? This has been a huge debate within NATO itself. And if we need to strengthen civilian institutions, then what would be the role of the military there?
That's a good question. Maybe also keeping in mind the Finnish model of comprehensive security that we have been talking about, where the sort of civilian sector does have a role also in security or providing security. Which one of you would like to start?
So the military role in providing security with extreme events?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's already happening all over the world. I live in Austria, and one of the things they're really good at there is Schutz und Hilfe, which is they protect and support. And their military are really good at that. But importantly, what they're good at, and same in Switzerland, which was another one of my countries, they integrate locally. They integrate with the police, fire, health. They all know each other. They all drink at the same Stammtisch in the Kneipe. So there's absolutely a role there. That's a home role. How you then project that to other places The first operation time NATO deployed was actually to Pakistan for doing disaster relief. So there is precedence there. And that was under, was it first non-Article 5 deployment. So that happens. There's a huge role there. One of the things we might have talked about, we had hoped to talk about if there was more time, was about the whole training and awareness and all the rest of it, which we clearly don't have time for. But there's huge implications as a takeaway from this event for how we train our boys and girls who are going to be the next generation. How we recruit them is another issue, given other factors. But how do we train them, not just in terms of the hard skills, but also in some of the values and moral dimensions in terms of some of the things we might ask them to do. And think of climate migration as the obvious example of, what do you do when the horde is coming at you?
And I think there are two aspects here. One of them is what you just described, sort of when something has already hit the fan, and then you have the military there to to deal with the situation. But of course, then the other aspect is to what should you be doing from the begin with. And there, I sort of do not too much support the idea that you would have that the military needs to do this bit and then the civilian world, the rest of us, needs to do this bit. I think we're all in it together, and if we start looking at somebody else that they need to do more, we at the same time forget that what is it that we are doing, our individual choices and way of consuming and the way we work. So therefore, I would like to point out that we're all in this together.
And I guess in the case of climate change, very clearly we are somehow on the same planet, so we are on the same boat. We are going to have to wrap up quite soon, but I will maybe ask one last final question about, I think we have sort of addressed some aspects of this before, but there is right now, and as we have maybe talked in previous sessions as well, there is this sort of strong kind of re-emergence of the defense industry and the need to arm ourselves is very apparent as a result of the Russian attack on Ukraine. And there is also talk about industrial policy, especially in the EU, in somehow kind of supporting this re-emerging role of the defense industry. But do you see that this could somehow be combined, or could it provide opportunities for also ensuring that the defense industry is sustainable also in the future? Tuija first.
Yes, I do see, but I think the industry is in a dilemma at this moment, and Russians' aggression in Ukraine and Russians' war in Ukraine has resulted to the fact that the traditional stockpiles and the traditional warfare, the systems that, as I said, they can be decades old. We need to sort of bring in the commodities, bring in the ammunition, maintain the systems, and sort of have ready-made solutions that are already there and fill in the stocks and support Ukraine. So we're talking about very traditional defense equipment, and this is what very often seems to get the attention and the funding. But then when we are talking about the green transition and battling climate change, we are looking into the future and into what we were doing prior to the war. And this is what I always bring out to the table, is that these two are not sort of, we need the both. So you cannot just concentrate on the immediate needs, that you also need to focus on research, development and innovation for the future, and green transition is a major, major part of that.
Exactly, thank you. Damien.
Great, and that use some of the key words I would use, innovation being one of them. And one of the things that worries me is that we are refocusing back on just building more tanks, which we will then need to run for 40 years. The world will transition away from fossil fuel. 1% of the fuel consumed by the world is military. What will that do to the price of a gallon of gas for your tank? and what will the supply lines be like for that. So we've got to do something, otherwise you end up with a whole raft of stranded assets that have been a complete malinvestment. And the exciting thing, and to be positive at the end, the opportunity is often these times, you know, whether it's the climate change or the war, you know, all the other things going on at the moment, throw up tremendous opportunities to come up with better ways of being and better ways of living. I really like what General Mike said before lunch when he talked about agility, speed, affordability, partnership. I think all of that plays to what we're talking about in innovation. It's about the need to share as well, not just the need to protect. You know, and so I think, you know, out of a fairly grim scenario that we've been hearing about for the last day, there are some longer-term positives that we can be found.
I agree. Excellent. Thank you so much. Now we have truly run out of time. But thank you so much for our excellent panelists, and thank you also for all of your great questions, and hopefully the discussion will continue in some form. Thank you.
Thank you.